Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto has nominated Justice Njoki Ndung'u for election as a judge at the International Criminal Court. Justice Ndung'u, who currently serves at the Supreme Court of Kenya, has been listed among candidates from the African states category. The election of new judges will take place during the 25th session of the Assembly of State Parties, which is scheduled to be held in New York from December 7th to December 17th, 2026. If elected, Ndung'u will join the bench of the ICC. The government is planning to spend millions of shillings to pursue billions lost through defaulted Hustler Fund loans. The State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development is asking Parliament to approve 300 million Kenya shillings of taxpayers' money to help recover debts from Kenyans who have failed to repay the loans, which now total about 12.5 billion Kenya shillings. According to the ministry, the money will be used mainly for public awareness and sensitization campaigns aimed at encouraging defaulters to clear their outstanding loans.
I see on page 14 you have a curious request. 300 million to boost recovery efforts to enhance sensitization and awareness.
We don't take legal action, we don't arrest them, but we reach out in a humane way and we sell the benefits of the fund. For borrowers who remain unresponsive, the fund will commence a phased enforcement process, which includes forwarding accounts to dedicated debt collections or debt collectancies as final recourse.
Police have launched investigation into the murder of a retired teacher in Nguna village, Gatundu North. The victim, identified as Francis Kagodho, was reportedly found dead inside his house on Wednesday night, March 11th, 2026. According to initial reports, unknown assailants are believed to have tied him with ropes before killing him. The incident has left residents of Nguna village shocked.
Na akafungwa miguu na kamba. Tulisikia huyo bibi yake hayuko karibu, alitoka huku kabla siku hii hivi, akaenda kumpumzika kwa ndugu yake juu alikuwa mgonjwa. Lakini sio kutoroka ati alikuwa amefukusana na bwana yake, walikuwa wanasikizana juu hata huyo mzee alikuwa anauza ng'ombe juu atengeneze huyo mke wake atibiwe.
Ina hofiwa ya kuwa ameweza kutolewa uhai wake na wafanyikazi wake.
A driver who rammed his vehicle into a large Jewish temple in Michigan in the US on Thursday afternoon is dead, officials say. Oakland County Sheriff officials told reporters the suspect drove his vehicle through the doors of Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield and then down a hallway before his vehicle caught fire. Security guards at the temple had opened fire as he approached and then confronted him inside. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to, not welcome back, but actually good morning. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbovi. Niko naye City Muga. City, habari ya asubuhi.
Habari ya asubuhi ni mzuri bwana Mungala Paul.
Wewe ndio ndakwambia welcome back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Uko namna gani?
Niko mzima bwana, nashukuru.
Naona uko mzima?
Yes.
Na ninapenda hii document career yako. Is jini ite ni keki. Is it khaki?
Nilifukua bwana, wajua? Sasa ni wajifanya spring cleaning ile wajua.
Naam.
Ile hali ya spring cleaning bwana. Goodness gracious me. Ulikuwa umesahau kabisa hii kitu.
Si ndio sasa?
Nikasema basi niligundua juzi. Nikapeleka usafishwe.
Alright, tukapeleka kwa Dobi sasa.
Hapana. Dobi gani?
Ulipeleka tu ikasafishwe.
Wesa ilisafishwa. Pale nyumbani. Sasa baada ya kusafishwa, maana nivae leo. Kwa vile leo ni Jumaa ile ambao kizungu wanaita Friday, wajua.
Sasa acha nikwambie.
Niambie bwana.
Producer Edna amesema you are looking like a hot hamburger.
At this rate mazee. Tuki advance your theory. Nitakuwa cheeseburger.
Why she has chosen hamburger is beyond me. But yeah, City, good morning, good to see you today. Tunashukuru Mungu ya kwamba leo imekuwa vile imekuwa, tumeamka vizuri. Kwa wale ambao labda vitu hazijaenda venye mlikuwa mnatarajia, poleni sana, but don't worry. Look ahead, the day looks like it's going to be an amazing one. Depending of course on how you look at it. For some of us it's Friday. That means after 10 o'clock, my goodness, it's a wrap. It's a wrap like moi.
Takula happy sio?
Si kukula happy per se, but unajua weekend inaanza na how need kusumbuka na alarm, sijui kesho uamke sijui 3 am, sijui ufanye nini, uende wapi kufanya nini.
Kumbe bwana wasumbuka hivi bwana.
It's not kusumbuka, nimesema tu when you leave this place, you can do anything, you can disappear, you can go to Naivasha, you know.
Basi. Mazungumzo yalikuwa yanaelekea huko sio? Vasha sio.
So umeelewa?
Vasha.
Waweza enda Vasha. Waweza enda Kitui.
Bwana. Kwanyesha kule?
No, it hasn't rained.
Okay, sawa.
Yes, it hasn't rained, but I hope it will.
It will, all right.
Watu washapanda, wanatarajia mvua ili mimea ifike mahali inafaa kufika. I understand that there's usually a planting season.
Yes,
then it rains, then plants get to a certain point, then you wait for more rain so that they can get to another point.
Ndio hiyo.
Yes.
And in between kuna jua hivi.
Sasa si ndio hiyo.
Ndio photosynthesis ile.
Ndio hiyo, sasa umeelewa. But yesterday I was watching news and I was saddened. I saw your county, a place called, I think, is it Oluti or what? But it had an O something.
Bwana, majina mengi ya Kijaluo yako na O bwana.
Ndio hiyo sasa. It's a place anyway. The point here is,
sema tu nikusikie.
Right. It flooded during the rains that rained in the last couple of days.
Yes.
And the people there, the residents there were complaining that their things were swept away. Their houses flooded and then their mud huts.
Hiyo hati imeenda
bro, kuna yenye imeenda, alafu kuna wenye floor zao ni za matope. That place is not drying anytime soon.
Not only not drying, it's ni lake sasa.
Yes. I saw, grandmothers wading through the water with grandchildren on their backs, and I was like, what is this? So they were crying to the government, both county and national government, just saying, bwana serikali saidia. And I was like, in 2026, they shouldn't wait for the news to get, not the news, but the press to go there, take photos so that their MPs, their MCAs, their senators, and their governors can actually know that they're in trouble. That really saddened me. But anyway, kuna jamaa amesema tusalimie jamaa anaitwa Asmali na Openje wako pale coast, washaanza kukula raha. Ndio maana sijaona Openje leo asubuhi.
Wewe uko na picha yake kama amevaa kanzu?
Sikuangalia. Alituma kwenye group ile ya WhatsApp ile.
Yes, iko.
Ndio maana Openje yuko hapa.
Bwana Openje bwana meno nyeupe kama kanzu. Ameyatoa yote.
Wameenda kukula happy kule Mombasa raha.
Wako kazini bwana.
Hapana.
Bro wako kazini.
Ukienda Mombasa my friend, uendangi kazi.
Sasa unaongea na mtu ambaye alishi Mombasa bwana ni mimi. Sasa mimi nakwambia kwa wafikiri watu Mombasa wafanye kazi.
Sawa. So Asmali and Openje, you guys enjoy yourselves manzejo. Kuleni raha kabisa.
Openje na Asmali wafanye jambo la maana bwana. Wacha brother aende aone Mombasa.
Kumbeba yule Mluya. Openje anaonaga Mombasa kwa gazeti na kwa TV na kwa picha.
Aliposoma geography anaona kwa map.
Oh yes, and then there's that part anaionaga tu kwa map pale. So now he's seeing the elephant tusks, and then he's seeing the ocean is like hii machi yote pana hii si inaweza kupepa mtu. Lakini tukitengeneza chai na hii tunaweza tengeneza chai ya watu wangapi? All right. What is significant about today? Today is 13th March of 2023, right? Yes. Let me tell you what is significant or what happened today in history. In 1994, the Church of England ordained its first 32 female priests. Hii Church of England hii imekuwa na story.
We even have an Archbishop of Canterbury.
Who is a lady now?
Nidem.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
Okay.
Progressive people, man.
Mimi ndio nakumbuka the same church at one point ordained a gay priest.
NCC.
Yeah. And the African part of it said, yeah, about that. I mean, about that specific one. Yeah, but you know, at what point do we say this is where we draw the line?
Well, the thing is this, strictly going by what the Bible teaches.
Right.
Strictly. It's categorically clear. It is not as though the church, the branch, the Anglican church or the church in Africa were reading from their own script. Same script as the others. Yes, same. So saying there's a degree of what you are calling tolerance, which we consider to be unbiblical. It's not intolerance.
Right.
Bwana waje kanisani hamna shida bwana.
Yes.
Yeye ni sawa kabisa. But kuongoza kanisa
kidogo inakuwa tricky.
Bro, ni tricky because kitambo si utakuta kwamba huo bwana anataka kumwoa mume mwenzake.
Sasa na anataka kufanya ile kitu tunaita holy matrimony.
Basi tuko na shida na hiyo.
And from what we understand, holy matrimony is between a man and a woman.
Sasa hii bro, hebu to explain here. How do we explain this to our congregation?
For the Catholics, the new Pope Leo the 14th, I think. But I know he's called Pope Leo. Pope Leo, you know, he came when he was ordained as Pope. Things have really changed in the Catholic Church, and actually, people are saying they have changed for the better. There are some things that were done by previous popes.
Who Pope called him up?
He's American.
American.
Yes.
No, but he's been in America. But before that, wow.
He has actually worked in Latin America.
Wow, influence yake. But he is considered to be an extremely progressive pope.
The current one, Pope.
Leo, Leo. Yes.
So kuna mambo amekuwa akifanya akisema, sasa wameanza kusema kanisa la Katoliki limeanza kurudi katika ule mfumo original wa what God intended the church to be like. And it's a good thing anyway. Different people come and then they bring in the different kind of leadership, and it is what it is. But anyway, in 1994, the Church of England ordained its first 32 female priests. And then, of course, in 1918, Vladimir Lenin moved the capital of revolutionary Russia from Petrograd to Moscow. You heard? In 1930 as well, Mahatma Gandhi began the 200-mile salt march to protest the British salt tax. Kuna kitu nilisikia juu ya Mahatma Gandhi na nimesoma juu yake kidogo. Alikuanga freedom fighter kwa kweli ndio, but nasikia pia he was a kiddie fiddling as well.
That I haven't heard.
You haven't heard, eh?
One of the things that you must understand about those ancient times, child marriages were considered very normal in very many communities. Forget the betrothal. Betrothal as in you're committed at a very young age.
Yes.
No, children were taken as wives. This continent of ours was famous for it.
Very true.
Yet we. Yeah. And one of the things that
we are still doing it actually.
Thank you so much for getting there. I was heading that direction saying that there are communities within Kenya. Let me not talk about other countries.
Right.
But in this country, there are people who still marry children.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sawa. Methali.
Right. This is the final proverb from the country of Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. You should not be frightened of a python because of its length.
You shouldn't be frightened of a python because of its length.
Yeah.
What should you be frightened of?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Because a python, kwanza ikiwa mrefu ndio inakuconstrict vizuri.
That is so, but there are far more fearsome snakes.
Yeah.
King Cobra kwa mfano.
Ndio.
Mbaya.
Kadogo lakini kale kakitu.
No, it's not small. It's a very long snake.
Right.
And it's known for eating other snakes. Then kuna black mamba.
Unajua uwezi linganisha King Cobra kwa mfano with, say, that python you were talking about.
I understand, or an anaconda.
Or, yeah.
You see, the anaconda is a massive snake.
Anacondas
python,
eat cows.
massive snake, etc.
Right.
These are huge snakes. It's the danger that I'm speaking of.
Okay.
Yes.
But I get what these Cote d'Ivoirians were saying. Because what they're trying to tell us is that, look, it could be long, but at least you can get away from it.
You can.
The others, they're tiny as compared to the python.
Yes, I'm fairly angry. Like King Cobra is a bit of an angry snake. Black mamba is completely furious.
Kakitu kadogo lakini kakikuma, my friend, una dedi.
Chief, you will be conversing with other beings that are not on this planet Earth.
Yeah.
You transfer to the next world.
Yeah. And join the ancestors.
Yes, you will immediately become an ancestor.
All right.
Yes, your speed into that realm will be hastened. Yes.
King cobras. But yeah, I like that one by the Ivorians.
Black mamba.
Yes.
Far more poisonous. And it's fast.
Actually, I think the black mamba is the most poisonous in Africa, if I'm not wrong.
Lethal, bad. Yeah. But king cobras tend to be found in India, the subcontinent of India.
I get it now. Because what I'm saying that I get it now. I totally understand. There's this practice by Indians to, play the flute and then the snake sort of like dances.
They're called snake charmers, brother.
It's like it's hypnotized.
And you wanapenda cobra. Ndio wanafanyaga hizo.
Bas, that snake that we're saying that is very poisonous.
Wanaumwa hawa watu.
So they're doing their and then the cobra just follows them like this.
Cook.
What if you just play the wrong tune and then it decides,
bro,
it moves, it leaves its
rhythm,
hypnosis.
Yes,
itakuma bana ushangae. It is what it is. All right, sawa basi tuingie katika mtandao wetu wa radiogeneration.co.ke. This is where you will get all the trending stories, and most importantly you will see myself and CT get to see his new document, or what I now know is not necessarily new, but his great document career. Alienda akaipeleka ikafuliwa ikatolewa pale, inakaa swafi. Na kuna mtu anamwambia anakaa kama hamburger. Yawa. All right, sasa Ruto names Supreme Court Judge Ndungu as Kenya's ICC candidate. This is from 34 minutes ago, yeah?
I didn't joke.
Yeah. Now, President William Ruto has put forward Supreme Court Judge Njoki Ndungu as Kenya's official candidate for the December election of judges at the International Criminal Court, that is ICC, in The Hague. Ndungu, who has served on Kenya's Supreme Court since 2011, will compete with nominees from around the world for a seat on the ICC, which handles cases of the gravest international crimes.
Good for her.
Among the other candidates are Dio, not D, but Dio John Nangela of Tanzania, Rosette Muzigo from Uganda, Evelyn Ankuma of Ghana, Guanail Matro from Switzerland, Yashimitsu Yamwachi of Japan, and Diana Caroline Olat from Colombia. Hizo jina sitazirudia tena, nendeni mkazisome kule sababu nitauma ulimi wangu. But yeah, Njoki Ndungu among these esteemed characters and folks to serve at the ICC.
Good for her.
Yeah. ICC kamshara kaongezeka,
I wouldn't know. Is there a place we can vote? We need to vote for our own, man.
I know.
Yes.
I know. But would this thing be left to the public, though? Like the international public?
If I were them, I would perhaps keep it private, but I would like to know what people think.
Yeah.
More so, I would like to see what the people, from whence these candidates come from, think of their candidate.
Right.
Right.
Or maybe then, like seriously, though, would it make sense for us to vote?
For me, it would make sense. Yes.
As a global citizen, you're voting for a judge to sit at the ICC.
Yes.
Chances are you know nothing about this person.
I do know something about her. She's a judge of the Supreme Court in Kenya.
Yes.
What more do I need to know?
Okay, let's say Kenya didn't have a nominee, right? Okay, first of all,
then I would not vote.
Every country donates a nominee or what?
No.
It's a rotational thing.
Have you seen a candidate from DRC?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen a country from Somalia? Eritrea?
Let me see. Abdul. No, there's none.
Precisely. So there is a cutoff point somewhere along the line. By the time you're being nominated, it means you've met a certain threshold.
Yeah.
Yes. But here, I am not being democratic. I'm being absolutely biased. If there was no Kenyan candidate, I would not vote.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not complicated.
Yes.
But
perhaps every country will just get one vote. So no, I'm not saying that one person votes in the country, but I'm saying no matter how many people vote in this country, it just counts as one vote.
Paul, the reason why public participation is important in all these matters, it gives you information.
Yeah.
That data, the numbers, would tell you what people think of this candidature.
Okay.
They will tell you what they don't think about, just the numbers alone.
Like in the city, imagine, a country like Kenya has got, we have been told we are about 50. So let's put it at 55 million.
No, let's put it at 60, please.
All right, 60 million.
Thank you so much.
Then, we go to a country like Nigeria that has got 100 plus million.
No, 200 plus.
Oh, it's 200?
Yes.
Wow.
100 plus is Ethiopia.
Okay.
And the DRC is close to that.
Tuchukue hawa watu wote.
Yes.
Do you know how long it will take to count these votes?
Electronically, Chief. As you vote, it counts. As it vote, it counts.
If every single being on earth, because we're currently, 8 billion, if all 8 billion of us were to vote, of course not all of us, but even half that number, because some of them are probably babies.
Not every country in the world is a member of the ICC, just that you understand.
The point here is, City, billions of people would vote rather.
Well, is that not a good thing? So we would know the interest. And then on the other hand, if I'm to take your negative view on this particular subject, maybe 8 billion would not vote.
Sir, the point here is Njokindungu akoko tunamtakia kila laheri.
Na tunampigia kura.
Hakuna mahali unapiga kura bro. Hakuna mahali. Minda kuja mshahara ya
bro tunapigia Njoki kura.
Sawa.
Kama unataka kupigia mwenza.
No, mimi actually nataka akue judge kwa ICC. Sawa, nataka akue. So but what does it mean for her position here at our Supreme Court?
Maybe she can take a sabbatical.
Okay.
Yes.
Then someone else is nominated
to nominate Paul Mngala Mbuvi awe tu pale akishikilia specifically.
Mimi nikikuwa pale CTH sikudanganya. Kuna watu naweza funga overnight.
No, ile koti hafungagi watu bro.
No, kitu nasema tu nikikuwa pale bro, kuna watu wengi sana tuna siku mrefu.
Let me just repeat it. Hiyo koti haifungagi watu.
Najua Supreme Court ina deal na mambo ya national issues.
Sio kufunga watu.
Lakini nasema tu mkanieka judge.
Mwizi wa ndizi hata fika
haendi Supreme Court.
No, High Court. Yeye anakaa tu pale Magistrates Court pale. Ambao watu ambao wenye tabia mbovu kama yake wanapatikana.
Lakini mimi nakwambia City leo mkanifanya nikuwe hakimu.
All right, that thought vanished. That thought we atukupatia kazi, tutafuta kazi nyingine. Ushatuonyesha nia na nia yako ni mbovu.
Ndio.
So forget it.
There's a reason why I didn't study law.
Forget it. You will look for something else. Chief Disaster Management Manager. Yes.
Fire Management.
Fighter Manager. Something of that sort. Yes.
Mimi nifanye hakimu for a day.
Hapana, hiyo tumekutoa huko bro.
For a day.
Tumekutoa.
Na Google to corruption cases Kenya. Nasema tu fulani ndani.
Paul, tumekutoa huko. Okay. Look for another occupation.
EACC probes 67 NGCDF corruption cases across 11 counties.
Wonderful. How many?
67.
How many counties?
Across 11 counties.
All right, 67 cases along 11 counties, and yet we have 290. Is it 290 constituencies?
290 MPs, yes.
Right. So,
same thing.
Wewe.
Tomatoes.
Wewe.
Yes. We actually saying the same thing, City. We have 290 constituencies.
All right, 11 out of 20. Okay.
Yeah.
In 11 counties, they're looking at how many cases?
But we actually currently have 289 MPs because Johanna Ngeno tulimzika tu the other day. Tumemzika by the way. Yeah. The point is 67 NGCDF corruption cases across 11 counties.
Right. Right.
So this is what they're saying, Corruption and poor oversight are undermining key development projects funded through the NGCDF. With dozens of cases now under investigation, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has revealed. Speaking on Thursday on behalf of EACC, Chief Executive Officer Abdi Muhammad, Western Regional Manager Eric Ngumbi, said 67 cases involving mismanagement of NGCDF resources are currently being investigated. The cases relate to development projects, including schools, infrastructure, and involve procurement, fraud, ghost projects, and other irregularities that threaten community development. Yeah. So tungoje tuone kama kuna MPs watapatikana kwa hizi fraud cases kama ni wao ama ni committees za NGCDF. You know there's that chapter 6, leadership and integrity, which is grounds for recalling an MP. So perhaps if 67 NGCDF MPs are caught up in this mess, my friend, we might have 67.
Recalling a member of parliament in this country is an extremely difficult task.
It's difficult, lakini
it was not always difficult. It was made difficult by these very same members of parliament.
Lakini siti nikuulize aje?
Niulize.
In case even one of them is found guilty, and this case finds itself in court, and this MP is actually incarcerated.
So essentially at that point in time,
then we have a vacancy.
Yes, we should, but our lived experience is not the same. We had a member of parliament who went through that same route, convicted, jail, still an MP.
Yeah.
So
he's actually, nowadays I see him in the presidential dais.
Well, let him enjoy the moment in the sun, because it won't last forever, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Aye. What else is on the Magazeti, that is not Magazeti, but on our website? Police seek additional funding for operations, vehicle and air support.
That money that you're going to give those commissioners,
the 168.6 million.
Yes. Can they look for vehicles?
Right.
Okay. That cost less than that, and give the police the bulk of that money?
No, they won't. I mean, they can, but they won't.
As I said,
yeah,
I am merely suggesting. Yes, because the work the police do is clear.
Yeah.
The work the commissioners are supposed to do is also clear.
Yes.
But whether that work warrants a 24 million shilling car, that one definitely no. No. What is this thing that a commissioner does that warrants them being given such a costly vehicle? What for?
24 million. I told you, that's a Lexus. This big V8
No,
machine.
these humongous guzzlers. I know the vehicles. Lovely vehicles to look at.
570, my guy.
Yes. So
hiyo ndio gari anaenda pale Toyota Kenya, sema nataka ile. Sema nataka ya black ama ya white.
I've understood all that, but what do they need those vehicles for?
See, to move around.
To move around where?
See, when they are coming to check if you're
give them a loan to buy a car.
But they don't want to. Question, by the way, that we didn't ask Mheshimiwa yesterday. Do they get to keep those cars after their term in office?
No, those are IBC cars. Yes. The IBC cars. That's what I'm saying. Why don't we just uniformize it? Yeah. MPs are given a grant for a vehicle. Give them a grant for a vehicle. 5 million.
Mahesh Peli said these guys are not paid. You know me, I didn't know that commissioners are not paid.
No, they're paid commission. They're paid a commission.
An allowance.
Yes, and that allowance is not bad.
How much is it? Would you be knowing?
He gave a range, said 50, 100. And who determines how often they meet? They do.
They can meet daily if they wanted.
Yes, they can.
So in a span of 1 month, they can meet every single day. So assuming even that we can at the lowest amount of 50 Gs for 30 days.
It's 1.5.
Yeah?
1.5.
Yes.
Yes.
Mtu anatoka hivi tu na 1.5 na anasema next month guys, same time kesho tuko hapa.
The point I'm trying to make is if you are going to give grants to members of parliament to buy vehicles, and you have commissioners who have a definitive term 6 years, so give them a similar grant. Let them buy the vehicles.
Lakini sasa kama mnawalipa commission, they can't plan.
No. Give them an allowance for fuel. Okay?
Yes.
Sindio? Give them that grant. So after 6 years, the car is yours. You can buy it.
And then now that they're not employed, are they allowed to have other side hustles other than being commissioners? Like can they come here and work as a radio presenter, for example?
Radio presenter is tricky.
But can they?
I don't know really. I don't know. But I think not.
Okay.
Yes.
Can they rear chicken and sell?
Yes.
Have a contract with supermarkets and deliver 500 chicken daily?
Yeah, that they can.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not sure if they are lawyers, they can still be working in the law firm.
Exactly, yeah. If I'm a lawyer, can I represent my clients?
Or if I'm an accountant, I can still do my auditing. I'm not sure, though. That I'm not sure. But I will look into it.
Yeah.
Then we can go into greater detail later.
All right. Thank you very much, City. Let's do this thing we call traffic update. Tuambie wa Kenya, barabara gani ziko fiti, ni gani ziko mbaya. So why don't you let us know also if you're stuck through our social media channels.
Traffic.
Ngong Road is looking clean at this particular hour. Yaya Center kule Agwings Kodhek, mko sawa kabisa. Dennis Street, Kikambala Road, Valley Road, Langata Road, Southern Bypass, Kibera Drive, huku ni wapi kwingine? Nimwambia Langata Road iko sawa, mkienda watu wa kwenda Multimedia University, that is Magadi Road, mko fiti. However, if you're coming from Ongata Rongai, just before you get to Masai Lodge Road, that is just before Gataka Road, pale your traffic is cray. Yeah, yes, that is watu ambao wanatoka Ongata Rongai na huko Ngoroi mkikuja Nairobi, iko shida kule. Yes, Imara Daima pale Mombasa Road, you guys are moving quite well. If I go back to Gateway Mall, mko sawa kabisa. We go to Mlolongo, everything is looking good. We go to Signature Mall, that is in Sabaki. You guys are moving quite well. That's good news for you, isn't it? Let's zoom out and then we zoom in into where Openje is. Let me see if I can see him on this map. That is in Mombasa County. In Mombasa County, mko sawa kabisa. Hakuna traffic this particular hour. Dedan Kimathi Avenue naona iko sawa. Mbaraki Road iko sawa. Mnazi Moja Road iko sawa. Moi Avenue, Nkuruma Road, Baluchi Street, Mikindani Street iko sawa kabisa. Kuna hii barabara nyingine inajulikana kama Mangina Drive, yoyote, that entire stretch is looking good. Azania Drive, nothing to complain about. Mijikenda Street iko sawa kabisa. Biashara Street as well, looking clean at this particular hour. So if you're in Mombasa, kwa kweli Mombasa ni raha kabisa.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's take a look at the newspapers this morning. Shall I start with the Standard? Yes, I shall.
Yes, you should.
They're saying state's new jungle law. Kiangase. Gangland is what they're calling it, yeah? Two brazen attacks on properties linked to former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju in Nairobi and former Principal Secretary Irungu Nyekera in Kisumu have revived fears that organized gangs are returning to the political and business arenas, often operating brazenly and critics say under the watch of police. The hoodlums have shifted from disrupting political rallies to settling high-stakes disputes of businesses belonging to individuals not politically aligned to the government. This story is on page 4. So on March 11th, two incidents took place. On Wednesday, goons stormed Raphael Tuju's property at Dari Business Park and attempted to evict him. More than 100 strangers arrived on motorbikes during the raid. Earlier, a small incident happened in Kisumu. It wasn't small. A similar incident happened in Kisumu's LBDA Mall, where thugs raided a hotel owned by Irungu Nyekera over rent squabbles. Two separate events, two separate counties. They're all. I saw the one, Raphael Tuju. I don't think I would call those goons. I would just call them auctioneers.
You know.
Did you watch the Raphael Tuju incident?
No, I didn't. I read about it.
Mm-hmm.
This has been ongoing for some time.
Yeah.
I will look for Raphael Tuju.
Yeah.
I will call him and I will ask him to come and explain.
Okay.
Okay.
Irungu Nyekera as well. You will look for.
I have already reached out to Irungu Nyekera.
Yes.
I'm waiting for him to respond.
Right.
Yes.
But I saw him explaining something on TV, and he actually, from his explanation, he was like that incident was completely unnecessary. Kama kuna shida, wangemwambia wamuite waende kotini. Now imagine court solve your issue, because according to him, the court pronounced itself on that matter. So he was like, why are we using this jungle tactics to address something that has already been addressed legally? You know?
Yes.
Yeah, so it is what it is, man. Back page of the Standard. Kuna safari rally pale wanasema safari rally off to flying start as drivers wary of tough conditions. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki flags off the event as Battle for WRC points starts in Naivasha. Defending champions Evans first off the ramp as he eyes to retain his Safari Rally crown. Alright. Hii itakuwa ni sawa kabisa. Front page of the Taifa Leo wanasema hivi. Jaji Njokindungu anusia kiti cha ICC. Jaji wa mahakama ya juu Njokindungu ateuliwa kuwania kiti cha jaji katika mahakama ya kimataifa kuhusu uhalifu wa jinai. Alafu pale katika ukurasa wa 20 City mbona wacheka. Kivumbi cha safari rally chaanza. Mashindano ya safari rally WRC 2026 yalianza rasmi jana. Haya, pale katika ile inajulikana kama headline kubwa, wafanya kazi wa Raila walia. Aliyekuwa kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga akiandamana na mlinzi wake Maurice Ogeta katika picha ya awali twaiona pale. Machungu, kilio na huzuni vilitawala mkutano wa wafanyakazi wa aliyekuwa kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga, ambapo mabadiliko makubwa ya wafanyakazi yalifanyika katika ofisi ya Capitol Hill Nairobi Jumatano, miezi 5 baada ya kifo chake. Habari kamili utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Lakini City,
sema,
this was bound to happen, right?
What was bound to happen?
Like a shake up in the operations of his office and perhaps even in house.
Why do you say that?
Si mabadiliko yamefanyika pale. So City unaambiwa sasa wewe kutoka leo unafanya drive show for example. Mbuvi wewe tumekutupa kule usiku. Alafu Kisiangani anaambiwa sasa wewe
kufanya breakfast. Wewe na rani ya mfanye breakfast.
Breakfast sasa unaona. Sabe Muraya anatolewa sports anaambiwa wewe bro mid morning ni yako. Wakiwa na karaoke thige. Alafu kidogo kidogo wale wengine wanaambiwa sasa nyinyi you will live on air, you will actually now be producers. Alafu Edna anaambiwa sasa wewe presenter wa drive show mkiwa na City Muga. See, that's bound to happen. Anyway,
it's bound to happen, is it?
It is.
Endelea kusoma bro.
Watu wapya wakichukua usukani pia wanafanya mabadiliko so they can either enhance or at least just see if things can change, right? Koti yapiga NTSA breki kuhusu faini. Wenye magari madereva wapata afueni baada ya koti kusitisha kwa muda mfumo mpya wa faini. You should remember those things we were raising here. We were asking, so what happens if, Mbuvi is not the one driving the car, but then he receives a message on his phone, he's supposed to pay 10,000 because someone was overspeeding and his car is actually rented out. So koti imesema kidogo we need to address these issues, and specifically on that issue of before you receive that instant fine you should be given an opportunity kujitetea. Shule 2400 hatarini kufungwa. Shule hizo za sekondari hazikuvutia idadi ya kutosha ya wanafunzi wa gredi ya 10. Ukurasa wa 3. Mashoga kufungwa miaka 10. Senegal yapitisha sheria ya kusukuma jela miaka 10 wanaoshiriki mapenzi ya jinsia moja. Waweza kupata hiyo katika ukurasa wa 8. Ukipatikana kule wewe ni shoga kule Senegal, kule Dakar, mwanangu nakwambia utajipata kwenye shida. Haya, Charles Muga. Over to you.
Over to me?
Yes, sir.
Right, the Daily Nation. Right, the Daily Nation seems to have taken up the same style that the same process that the Standard have. You have just one big story, one huge story.
Yes.
But they have NMG shares gained 28% on reports of buyout. The Nation Media Group share has gained 28.3% in 2 trading days following the Tuesday announcement that Tanzanian businessman Rostam Azizi is acquiring a majority stake in the company. The stock rose 7.6% yesterday to hit a 2-year high of 17 shillings per share and a total valuation of 3.24 billion, adding to the market leading 19.2% gain record on Wednesday. Meaning if you have Nation shares, they are worth more now as we speak
than they were 5 days ago.
Yes, that's what we are being told.
Okay.
Stop, quote, suspends NTSA instant fines. Okay? This we talked about yesterday. Did we? Yes, we did.
Yes.
Tears and tension inside Raila staff crisis meeting at Capitol Hill office. Okay? This is the report that 90 people who worked at the
Capitol Hill.
Yes.
Chungwa House.
Yes. No, a mixture of places where they worked. That they had been relieved of their duties. And
they were actually fired.
It
wasn't that they had reshuffle or anything?
No, Rufutokais lost jobs. And fingers were being pointed at Oburu Odinga, and they were saying that he was consolidating. I don't understand that term with reference to what we're talking about here. That this was his way of cementing his position because he wants to employ his own people. That is what I read. I don't understand how moving people who worked for a secretariat and bring your own would suddenly cement your position or would make functions better. This is one of those stories which one has to look at in order to perhaps understand in greater detail. The story is found in The Nation on page 10.
90 people were fired.
Yes. Sweeping shake-up leaves aides uncertain about their future months after the former ODM leader's death, exposing deep divisions and raising questions about leadership transition. Let me read a quote from Oduor Ongwen, ODM Executive Director. These 7, when the party leader passed on, we as a party have been supporting them, but without any formal arrangement. These waters, which already had clearly appeared to have been muddied, are clearly going to get muddier. Jobless. Some people, as employees, were informed that their positions had become redundant following Raila Odinga's death. Right.
Wait.
2027 Supreme Dilemma. This thing leaves a foul taste in one's mouth. Raila died 4 months ago. So it's like he didn't know these people who were working there. He didn't know the role that they were playing. So these people who are now in charge are the ones who understand this thing better.
Clearly.
Is that it?
It is. It seems like so, yeah.
I'm reminded of a quote that is attributed to Nelson Mandela when he was asked very many questions. I posted it on our WhatsApp, whatever the group one. And he was being questioned about his friendship with Gaddafi, Yasser Arafat, and Fidel Castro. And what he said was, guys, listen, let's not misunderstand each other. I'm paraphrasing here.
Yeah.
You can't determine for us who our enemies are. These people are comrades in arms. They've stood by us. And this is our position. But by the same token, we as the ANC have Jews who work within ANC and they have high positions. For this reason, Gaddafi did not allow ANC to open an office in Libya. They later did. He said, but they are also for the two-state solution.
Yeah.
And they also believe that the Golan Heights, the Gaza Strip, or the West Bank, all these areas that the Israelis took over, said they must return to the Arabs. Said that's their position. Now the quote that I'm paraphrasing is where he says, look, these are principles by which we stand. You cannot consider yourself to be a leader if you have no principles on which you stand, and principles which are unshakable. I'm referencing ODM. What the heck is this? It tells you ODM was full of carpetbaggers, people who were there because they were benefiting. And now they're moving around simply because the leader who probably gave them this job to begin with is no longer there. So they're shifting alliances to the area that they think the interest can be served best.
Yeah.
These wishy-washy, wind-veining attributes are what Mandela was talking about. These are not people who are fit to be leaders.
So now, does it mean that this 90 plus or maybe 90 people, according to the new leadership, they are like, lakini Mbuvi anafanyanga nini hapa? Then now Mbuvi is asked, but then Mbuvi come here. What exactly is it?
Muda wote hawa watu wamekuwa hapo, walikuwa hawaoni, walikuwa hawajua wafanya nini. Sasa ndio maswali yanaulizwa. Mbona hayakuulizwa hapo awali?
Ama ni zile za Mbuvi, now thank you so much for your service. We want to bring in someone new who will, do things better. So for now, I'm sorry, but you're fired.
Yangekuwa hayo, malalamisho yangekuwa mengi hivi, sio? Kazi wisha.
So what is it? Is it that there are people who are just there? Because we know Raila was a very generous person, for sure. Maybe kuna watu tu walikuanga pale bwana, juu walikuwa nasema serikali saidia, anasema sawa, kuja hapa, usijali, bwana unapata mshahara, kila kitu kiko sawa.
The point I'm making is this. The picture that is being painted is not a pleasant one, neither is it a good one. It means they're dismantling whatever it is that Raila had built.
Okay.
And creating a new one. Again, when somebody takes power and they want to create something of their own, these are the things they do. But a cautionary note here, beware. The very thing that you do will follow you.
Yeah.
You are setting a standard. You are setting a yardstick by which not only will you be judged, by which others who come after you will follow.
Yeah. Because I mean, if it is what it is, because we also see when a president comes in, he comes in with a new cabinet, new PSs, which by they shouldn't be. But
it is expected that a president comes with his people. It's a political party. Okay? Still ODM. I can understand somebody coming with their people, but when there is such a large number of people who have lost their positions, the optics are not good.
I agree. I thought Raila's people were Oburu's people, because these guys are brothers.
But this is the point, my friend. It is clearly showing that is not the case, is it? Oburu wants to stamp his own authority, and he wants to show that, well, whatever it is he wants to show. But let me just say this. Odorongwen will probably explain this in great. He is the executive director.
Okay.
He understands.
Sawa.
So we will wait to see what he explains. But the optics are bad.
For sure.
2027 Supreme Dilemma. The Judicial Service Commission is recruiting a Supreme Court judge to replace Justice Mohammed Ibrahim, who died last December. But 2 more vacancies, one certain and the other one likely, in the general election last year will trigger fresh hirings in the middle of intense presidential campaigns. Okay? Yes. If Njokindungu goes to the ICC, then we will have to look for somebody else, won't we? Okay, this is where you need to apply, Paul.
Sawa City, I will apply.
Please apply. What are we looking at? KRA lines up a new AI system in the race to catch tax cheats. Okay. Uber and Bolt face shake-up as state eyes new taxi price model. Okay. This one, let me read this. The Transport Ministry is set to deploy new national pricing models for both conventional and ride-hail taxis, setting the stage for a fresh shake-up for the big players in the industry such as Uber and Bolt. SACCO faces major losses from collapse of Cusco Insurer. Goodness gracious me. The placement of Cusco Mutual Assurance under statutory management has complicated the sale of the insurer, dealing a blow to SACCOs that had converted their claims worth 600 million into shares of the troubled firm. Wait,
Yeah.
Why? How many people have you heard of who are in jail?
People I know personally.
Because of this Cusco thing.
No, not a single person.
By the time you are an overseer, or you are the one who indemnifies other SACCOs, and somewhere along the line, something has happened untoward of nature that has rendered that particular entity insolvent, then the individuals who are in charge who need to be asked those very tough questions. And while they're being asked, a temporary scholarship is sometimes necessary. Shika wao weka jela uliza maswali. Yeah. Because you are talking about the livelihood of very many people.
Yeah.
This can't be a slap on the wrist. Civil servants caught stealing 2.4 billion as recovery flops. Have you heard of this?
Nope.
Civil servants were caught stealing 2.45 billion in hard cash in the year of June, in what was only a small portion of the amount that the anti-graft agency says it lost from public offers annually. The Public Service Commission said in a report that theft of money surged from 643 million captured a year earlier, representing 280.7% increase. The 2.45 billion accounted for a small share of the billions of shillings siphoned from state coffers annually, with the EACC projecting that Kenya's loses about a third of its budget to graft.
A third of our budget to graft.
If we collect 3 trillion, 1 trillion.
1 trillion.
Measly 1.7 million was recovered from the money that got lost in the year June, with 19.2% of the suspects being charged in court and 2% convicted. This is nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Money which is in government coffers, whether it's the Consolidated Fund or elsewhere, leaves a trail. And the officers responsible for the releasing of money, of ensuring money is released, are known. The officers are known.
Yeah.
So how is it that only 2 people have been convicted? How? How?
Again, corruption.
This is impunity.
So umesikia tukisema kuna 67 cases currently being reviewed for graft.
Bro,
yeah.
This is not corruption. Corruption is a manifestation.
Unataka kutumia microphone?
Yes, it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Corruption is a manifestation of impunity.
Yes.
When people believe that they can get away with murder, they will commit murder.
Yesterday, I saw a video. It was posted by a blogger of a judge and a lawyer who had been arrested for bribery. Did you see that video?
No, I did not. Which country?
Okay. Kenya.
A judge?
EACC kashika watu.
Wako wapi watu?
Sasa hiyo story, hiyo video nataka ikuwe verified because we're in the age of AI. But if indeed they have, my friend, this is a game changer. Game changer in this way. You know, I've never heard of a judge being convicted, or rather, actually, we've seen police being videoed.
We've seen even judges losing their jobs because when such a matter arises, it goes to the Judicial Commission.
Yeah, lakini ile
Judicial Service Commission.
Ndio JSC. Lakini ile sasa tunapata kamera hivi na kuchukua CT, yani ndio
mzee unawekwa kotini.
Kama wewe ni judge yani.
Sio ni mzuri. Kama kuna mtu kama huyo na ameshikwa na ni wazi and it wasn't a honey trap, a trap, then indeed they should face the full wrath.
So I was responding to what you're asking there, and again, we were talking about the 67 cases we spoke about earlier. If indeed we are seeing things taking that direction, perhaps there's light at the end of the tunnel.
When I see that light, then I'll speak of it.
Okay.
We have had too many cases where there's serious dust being raised about some infraction of the law and some people being arrested and some people being arrested by the EAC, and then whoop, like puff, smoke, it vanishes. And then one doesn't hear of it again. So I'm not too excited.
Yep.
I wait to see more, not hear. I've already heard. I wait to see more.
Me too.
Yes.
All right. Gazeti zimeisha? Umeshamaliza story zote?
Kuna zingine hapa nimemaliza katika hii ninio. Energy shares, corruption, mambo kama. Then on the live story there's a lady by the name of Rispa Wahaga. She's about to become the group CEO of APA Apollo, one of East Africa's most storied financial service groups, stepping across 6 years as CEO at East African Breweries Limited. It is a kind of move that looks inevitable in hindsight and terrifying in the moment. I don't know why the word terrifying comes to life here. But then there's the Nairobian. This one I had luckily left for you because I know you're the one who loves the Nairobian.
All right. Acha nikwambie Kenya wanasema front page of the Nairobian newspaper.
Right.
Silent victims. How men are dying in toxic affairs. That story is on page 22. How men are dying in toxic affairs.
Are they now?
Yeah. That story is on page 22.
They're dying. Dying or dying dead?
No, dying dead. Like una dead tunakuzika city. Tunaenda kungojoko kwa mortuary. Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Is that bad?
It's that bad. It's
right.
It's really bad.
Really, really bad.
So if I just take a quick look at page 22.
Right.
What are they saying? Silent victims, how men are suffering, dying in toxic relationships. When love turns sour, the boy child suffers in silence as a society that glorifies masculinity looks the other side. Of course, there's that whole issue of gender-based violence meted on men. So unataandikwa.
Violence? If we keep segregating the violence and we categorize the violence against women and violence against men,
yes,
then we are going to have this men against women discussion. Violence against any human being, start there.
Yeah.
You can demarcate it in terms of gender and say, okay, kuna wanaume, kuna wanawake, but violence, demonize it, ostracize it as you should, but as violence.
Yeah.
Yes, start there.
Let's call it violence.
It's wrong.
History ya gender-based kidogo.
No, the highlight is because it started and why the move towards mentioning the violence against men. For the longest time, the discussion was violence against women.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
Because women were not only disadvantaged,
okay,
but they were underprivileged.
All right.
Okay. Yes.
So there's a standoff. Lungu Hichilema rivalry goes down to the grave. The Zambian government maintains that as a former president, Lungu belongs to the nation and must be buried with full state honors at the National Mausoleum in Lusaka, where other former leaders are interred, but the family differs.
What are they saying?
More than 9 months after the death of former Zambian president Edgar Lungu, his body remains at a funeral home in South Africa following a bitter legal and political dispute between his family and the country's government. Lungu, who led Zambia from 2015 to 2021, died on June 5th, 2025 in Pretoria after complications following surgery. But instead of a burial befitting his stature, his death has been reduced to a supremacy battle between his family and government over where the former president should be buried. His family insists the former head of state must be interred privately in South Africa. While the Zambian government wants his remains returned home for a state funeral and burial at the official presidential burial site in Lusaka. Sasa siti kifika hapo tunafanyanga nini? Do we go with what the family wants?
No, you negotiate. You negotiate with the family. You negotiate with the family. There's a reason why they've taken the stand they have taken. So go and talk to them. Find people who can get them to come to a conversation and agree, please.
By agreement, this is what a Pretoria court has said, Pretoria High Court. By agreement by the parties, order is made with the following terms. The two respondents undertake not to proceed with the funeral and burial of the late president pending the finalization of the applications.
Yeah.
So now, mi inaweza fika mahali tuseme, you know what, bwana huu mtu ni wenu. You want to bury him in Pretoria, South Africa, by all means.
Actually, you can do what you wish.
Yes.
But for purposes of posterity and for legal precedence, please get a mediator, talk about this thing. This guy was the president.
Yeah.
And such honors are conferred upon presidents of that country. The family may have their wishes. If after mediation they insist, then so be it. But there has to be evidence that every effort was made to try and get this man to be given full honors. Because this man has children, has grandchildren. The grandchildren are going to come up and say, why was our grandfather not given the honors that a president should get in this country? So you need to lay down a process that indicates that every stone that needed to be turned was turned.
Yeah. Or they come to a compromise. We can have a state funeral whereby he comes, he's placed...
Blah, 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 blah. Then you can bury him.
At the Nyayo National Stadium. The country comes, mourns the guy. Then we say...
Or allow us, as a state, to come and bury him at
in South Africa.
Yes, allow us.
In South Africa.
Yes, but let's compromise. Compromise is good.
But now you see, we can't, like what we did for Raila a few months ago. We can't do that in our neighboring country of Tanzania.
No, but you bring him back to the country first.
Ndio ninasema mleteni akuje to mourn kama country.
Yes.
Unless kuna shida atuelewi hapo, unless you guys are
yes.
Maybe maybe even Hichilema himself was like, you know what, to hell with that country. I want nothing to do with it. Maybe ilimpatia stress, ikampatia ma pressure, diabetes and God knows what else.
People are not forced to become presidents of countries.
But I'm saying that maybe perhaps, see, there are people who retire from a job or or leave a job, and they want nothing to do with that place. Maybe kuna mtu hapa City wakati utatoka hapa Radio Generation, you're like, I want nothing to do with that bloody place. Mbuvi usoni nipigie simu. I don't want to see Edna, Openje, watu wenye wako associated na Radio Generation. I never want to see them. Yeah, and maybe the family knows that, and maybe they have made it, known privately. And maybe the country is like, but
when somebody is the president of a country, he ceases to be just a member of that family. He's a public figure.
I know, City. I know. To be honest, I know. What I'm trying to say is, maybe the family is just like, and this is just me guessing because I don't know the situation. I'm just saying, because there's a reason why wanakata vehemently.
There is a reason.
Yeah, there's a reason why. This guy is going to be given full honors, military and otherwise.
Especially otherwise.
You as a family will receive X amount of money because of this, his pension and everything. People voted for this guy. Millions of people voted for this guy. So they also deserve the opportunity and the chance to mourn him. But the reason why the family is refusing this, I don't know. Wealth, vows, love, power and politics, legacy at the altar. From the Kenyattas to Narok's Ntutu dynasty, and from cross-continental unions to alliances forged within powerful clans, Kenyan's elite weddings reveal how love, lineage and influence often walk down the aisle together. In the country's corridors of power, marriage is often more than a personal commitment. It becomes a bridge connecting families, networks, and generations of influence that extend from parliament to boardrooms. That story is on page 4 and 5. Yeah, so this is when watoto wadosi 101. Sawa. Let's get into the news, and then when we return, niwapeleke moja kwa moja hadi Marekani. How are we going to get to America? Well, do stand by to find out.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Preparations for this year's Madaraka Day celebrations are underway, with government officials inspecting the venue ahead of the June 1st national event. Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo led an inspection tour of Wajir Stadium on Thursday. He was joined by Defence PS Patrick Mariru and Aviation and Aerospace Development PS Teresia Mbaika as part of the National Celebrations Steering Committee. This year's celebrations will be held in Wajir County for the first time. The Kenya National Highways Authority has ordered the removal of illegal structures along a section of Mombasa Road at Mtito. In a public notice dated March 12, 2026, the authority directed traders and other occupants who have set up unauthorized businesses or structures along the road reserve to vacate the area within 21 days. Kenha says those affected must remove their goods and structures to pave the way for planned works ahead of the highway corridor. The government of Belarus has donated humanitarian supplies valued at approximately 23 million Kenya shillings to support disaster response efforts in Kenya. This follows floods that have affected thousands of households across the country and have left at least 50 people dead. Special Programs PS Maalim Ismail says the support will go a long way in restoring dignity and offering hope to displaced families while strengthening the growing partnership between Kenya and Belarus.
Serikali ya Belarus ilitupatia usaidizi ambao unasaidia watu wetu. Serikali ya Kenya inaendelea kusaidia wananchi ambao wameathirika na hii janga ya flood. Mambo ya mafuriko tunajua namna imesababisha hasara mingi kwa wananchi na watu wengi katika nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, katika kaunti tofauti wameathirika sana.
Wanini Kireri Magereza Level 4 Hospital in Kiambu County has started offering outpatient services as the first step toward fully opening the new 150-bed capacity. The hospital, located at the Prison Staff Training College, will serve correctional officers, inmates, and people living in the surrounding communities. The facility is being opened in phases as more equipment is installed before its full commissioning. The move follows a directive by President William Ruto during a recent pass-out parade. Here is Health Ministry Principal Secretary Dr. Ouma Oluga.
We are not doing full operationalization, but we have started with the opening of the outpatient department that begins operationalization immediately. And that is also important for this country as far as economic development is concerned, continues to happen and is not threatened by disease. And that is why we are keen to ensure that every single Kenyan gets the message clearly, but more importantly, that they meet the government halfway. The government has already put in a lot of money to ensure that primary health care is sorted.
A U.S. military refueling aircraft involved in operations against Iran has crashed in Iraq according to U.S. Central Command. Rescue operations were underway on Thursday as authorities worked to determine the fate of those on board. A U.S. official told Associated Press that the aircraft was carrying at least 5 crew members at the time of the crash. The military said the incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire, but described the aircraft as a total loss. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
From our Miti Kitten Range, we celebrate the spaces where Suhoor is prepared with love, bringing peace and unity to your morning.
Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock, and we are getting into the second hour. And like I said, I want to take you moja kwa moja all the way to the United States of America. But this is how we're going to get there. We're going to get there together while we're still here in Kenya. The conversation around this particular hour is going to be about diaspora. Is the diaspora rather sleeping on billions, and what national infrastructure fund means for Kenyans living abroad? Joining us is author and diaspora affairs expert all the way from Washington, D.C. in the United States, Danson Mukile. Danson, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you?
Quite fine. How are you?
I think it's morning here.
Uh-huh.
It's 7 minutes past midnight.
Yeah. Is it cold as we are seeing on TV?
Yeah, the weather is good. It's warming up.
Mm-hmm.
Spring. This is the spring season, so it's good.
Yeah. Now,
yes.
I'm sure you've heard of the National Infrastructure Fund. What are your thoughts on it?
To be honest, I would say we needed it in 1963. It has taken us 60 years before it got here.
Right.
I've seen how other countries have transformed their infrastructure, including the US, and of course the Singapore one that the president has been talking about.
Right.
So I think it is the right time for us to have this infrastructure fund. And to be honest, I'm happy if for sure the president means it, and especially getting the right people to implement this, because it's very critical for the country, and getting the right people is the most important thing in the whole conversation.
Yeah, by right people, because this is something that has also been raised by folks here in Kenya. What do you mean by the right people?
So, if you look at the infrastructure fund, this is mostly copied from India and also inspired by Singapore itself.
Right.
And by inspiration means, I'll take you back, maybe you and I were not born.
All right.
Maybe City can attest to this.
Mm-hmm.
In 1974, the Prime Minister of Singapore came up with a very wonderful idea.
Yes.
The Prime Minister then. And he said, we need to set the country to development and create jobs. If I was to compare then in Kenya, that 1974, the same time,
yes,
Kenyatta 1 was there, and they were chasing the white settlers' lands.
Okay.
But this guy came up with a very wonderful idea that we have parastatals in this country, and instead of us leaving the parastatals for the government, of which they'll not make money out of it,
yes,
let us commercialize them, quote unquote. So
right.
He came up with a shareholding company, and he created a very wonderful team The CEO, I think his name is Honsu, and the strategist was called Go.
Okay.
Who then became the Minister for Finance. So they created this vehicle that now commercialized these instruments or the parastatals in the country.
Okay.
And one of it was the Singapore Airlines, among others. And today, I think everyone wants to go to Singapore. So our people then, they were really running for the resources for the country, trying to make sure they were going to kaploti pale na pale, you know. So instead of them focusing on creating wealth for the country and creating jobs or opportunities for the future generation,
right,
they were busy competing. And the guy who was in the steering wheel, Kenyatta one, you know, you and I maybe you can confirm that he could sleep in a Land Rover to Mombasa. When he wakes up, he say, So I think this is the vehicle that we need right now for the country.
Right.
And I'm happy that the president is, I'm hoping he gets the right people. By the right people, what do I mean? What the Prime Minister Lee did was to make sure that this fund or this vehicle was void of politics. Because politics has killed our country. Politics, everything we do, the politician takes over. We have over almost 300 parastatals who are in the boards. They are politicians, right? So really, do you think these politicians will even come up with a wonderful idea to change any parastatal? It's just making ways of how they can make money and go back to look for votes.
Right.
That's why you realize that a governor was a board of this parastatal, comes out to be the governor where he get the money from. You know. So when I look at how I've not been the part of the team that was coming up with this infrastructure fund, but based on the studies I've looked at, it is like a vehicle that is separate from what we have, the norm, the ministries, the departments. It's just a separate thing that is going to run the country the way Singapore did.
What people are also raising back at home here is the fact that perhaps the framework, the legal framework that will allow accountability for this particular funds is not as transparent as it should be. I don't know if that is something that you've had and if it is of concern.
This infrastructure fund is a bit different.
Yes.
It's not the regular funds we are used to. It is not the sports fund we know. It's not the tourism fund we know. It's a bit different in a way that the management will not be the government per se. It's not be controlled by 100% government.
Right.
So we have the government seeding in some money. Then the private sector puts in, including you and I can actually put in some money for a specific project.
Right.
Then how they create it or how they craft it, they craft a vehicle for a specific project. Let me use, for example, for JKIA.
Yes.
So infrastructure fund will be there. We'll release some money to the JKIA. We call it the Infrastructure Investment Trust. Then it is registered with the authority.
Right.
Then people who are interested in the airport operations, they put in their money. Then they will earn back their dividends, right? Now, the government will have some ownership, like they call it the anchor investor.
Right.
And the other investors will put in their money. So it's not the regular one that we are used to, where we say, okay, to Konai, you know, this the fund, we have this board who are politicians, you know, the parliament puts in money. That's not how it is. That's why Kenya are finding it so hard to understand how this infrastructure fund looks like. Yeah,
because again, the whole question of that money needing to go through the consolidated fund, I mean, should that at the very least be a fundamental way of how we will collect that money? We can ring fence it if need be, but you know, it has got to go through a process that will have proper accountability structures.
Let me set you back to 2020, 2013.
All right.
Our country moved when President Mwai Kibaki set up the instruments for borrowing.
Yes.
And actually they were set by Kibaki, and he created some offices at the Treasury. The Uhuru route of presidency came in and they used those instruments to borrow money.
Yeah.
And one of the instruments that Kibaki said was to have the consolidated fund, right?
Yes.
So that we borrow this money, we put it in the consolidated fund, then we'll do the projects. But what happened on the way, and I'll use this simple explanation so that we can all understand. You and I maybe tunatoka ushago.
Okay.
And we are farmers. I'm a farmer.
And
our parents tulikuwa tunafanya hii kitu inaitwa kusaidiana, like my cousins from my uncles and my aunts, they come together, tunaenda tunalima hii siku hapa, tunalima hii siku hapa, you know. Kupalilia.
Yes.
Then that particular day, your mom sends you to buy sugar. Yeah? And he tells you, Danson, your cousins are in the farm, please go get us sugar. Anakupea pesa. And you know, as kids, uko na hiyo gari yako.
Yes, yes.
Unachukua gari yako, unasukuma, you get to the shop, you get the sugar na unaiweka juu.
Yeah.
Right? So this is how these guys created. So they went to China, wanaeka hiyo sukari kwa hiyo. Then ndio hiyo njiani.
Yes.
Not knowing that actually this gari you're driving, imerarua hiyo sukari. So uko tu zile, you are driving it and the sugar inaanza kutoka tu.
Inamwagika.
That is how our loan was going. By the time we get home, actually there is no money to go to the consolidated fund. If it is any, the projects start and they die off. So we are doing what we call the debt financing for our projects. Yeah, we can name so many projects. They are all stalled.
Right.
But now we are reversing and say, why can't we do the asset financing? So to do the asset financing, you kind of have to separate GOK from the norm they are used to. Because I'll tell you one thing for sure.
Wait. You're saying we will need to separate the government of Kenya from the norm that they are used to?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
The way they will the norm they are used to is where you get this money, you put it in a fund.
Yes.
The State Department or whichever the agents will come up with a project. They'll go to the parliament. The parliament will do their thing. They will approve or not approve. Then the treasury will have to release. Then the contract has to be, all that channel. There are like thousands of steps to get that project done.
Okay.
But guess what? With the infrastructure fund is a bit different because we have the council. So this council is like, I will use it like a small cabinet, right? It comes up with the policy and say, we want to do infrastructure and our priority is what? JKIA, for instance. Then they trickle it down to the board. So the board is the one that runs and say, we need a vehicle so that we can implement this priority.
Yes.
Then they create the vehicle. The CEO maybe registers that vehicle with the CMA, for instance. Then you say, okay, we are ready. Can we get the guys who are interested in investing in JKIA?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Then we can have Adani invest there, but the first person who's going to invest there is who? GOK. So GOK will put in some seeding money and they will own a certain percentage of JKIA. Then we will have the other investors put in their money. They're going to also receive their dividends. So JKIA is still owned by the state. Right. But it has been created in a way that it is making money. Yeah.
Okay.
So the investor gets money, but the current process whereby you need to go talk to the State Department, they need to go from the State Department, go to the ministry, it has to go to the cabinet has to approve, it has to go to the parliament. It's tedious, man. We cannot get that thing done at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's tedious, but there's a reason that process was put there. Now, because other people, and by other people I mean people who actually are involved in the politics around this particular fund, are saying this: it is a copy and paste Singapore job. But you see, Singapore, there's a way they aligned themselves. Let me call it the software of the country. There's a way the software of the country had to be aligned before this particular program was installed. And if we install it in the way we are installing it now without necessarily upgrading our software, then we might have a problem in the end. I don't know, City, what do you think?
I don't think we will have a problem because Singapore in the 1960s and up to the 80s started something called an Economic Development Board. You're talking about how they went about going their business and the legal framework or the structure that they had. Now, it will interest you to find that what they were doing in the 60s and what they started doing probably in the late 50s, we were already doing in 1954. And In 1954, in the colonial era, we set up something called the ICDC. There was an act that set it into motion. And the ICDC provided a structure within which commercial and industrial entities could actually be built. Finances were then sought. So it was like an investment fund that lent to people who wanted to set up industries and commercial enterprises. Singapore were to do the very same thing by what they call the Pioneer Industries Ordinances, and this was 1959.
These funds that you're talking about, were they in the consolidated fund, or were they separate?
No, there was no consolidated fund then.
Okay.
There was no consolidated fund. What we call the consolidated fund did not exist in the form that we now know it.
Okay.
It was just government money. But the understanding was that a framework and a structure was being set up by which the country could develop its commercial interests and enterprises and industrial interests and enterprises.
Okay.
But they went even further in Singapore and set up an entity that would then provide relief for people who are setting up new industries, new commercial ventures. Tax relief, like for the next 5 years as you set up and you grow this, you'll be given this. It was an incentive scheme. People hear of how Singapore came here to look at what it is that we're doing. We had sessional paper number 10 that spoke of African. Sorry. This is what happens when you speak fast. Your system doesn't keep up with the. Okay.
And lots of coffee.
Yes, it speaks of African socialism. The thinking then was, how do you grow this country from what the colonialists had set up to the point where this country can actually develop along those lines that we've spoken of. Now, to ensure that what we call SMEs were encouraged and grew, we had Kenya Industrial Estates. It's what they did. They provided funding for small entities that could then grow and become big. Now, when you got to a certain level, then ICDC stepped in. Now, to understand how well it worked, everybody knows of Uchumi, okay? It was an ICDC product. Everybody knows of Kenatco, the transport company. It was ICDC. Those who understand the history of this country know about African Tours and Hotels that owned hotels and lodges all around the country, and very many other enterprises that were owned. Hako Industries at the very beginning. These were ICDC projects.
Right.
Okay? Now, what we then did over time was we seemed to have engaged a reverse gear, and we went back into it. But over time, the world also developed new ways of doing things. What we're now referring to as an infrastructure fund is actually a fund that is set up for purposes of investment, so that the investors also gain from it. It's not really that complicated. And what Danson is saying is actually true. We, because of our lived experiences, government enterprises that have been set up in the intervening years after independence with the various governments, what we've seen is an idea is born, lovely in its formation, lovely in its thought process. Implementation has let us down, and we are scared. And that is the reason why people want all these fail safes. You want it to go to parliament, you want to go to this, but we already have those. We already have those fail safes. Now, if you're setting up an infrastructure fund, such as the one that we hear of, where one lacks clarity is not in its being set up, but in the communication of what it is that they hope to do, want to do, plan to do, and what the structure will look like.
So they've not given us a master plan.
Well, they have it, but they have it. They have it. It exists. They have it, but if you don't communicate it, then the citizenry fill in the blanks, and usually the first element that they will bring into filling in the blanks is mistrust.
Danson, I was asking you, even as I brought City into the conversation, I was asking you in terms of all the tediousness you're talking about. There's a reason for it, isn't there?
But this reason that we have, where has it reached us? You know, where has it taken us for the last 60 years, right? And I agree with CT. The entity that was created by Singapore, I think, was Temasek. I think that's the name.
Yes.
And it transformed the country, and they came up with what you call especially the real estate investment trust, and also infrastructure trusts. And their target was, remember, Singapore Airlines was a state corporation. And today, if you look at the Singapore Airlines, it is traded globally. They are even in
NASDAQ.
I may not mention, but they are doing everything everywhere, But for us, we are here 60 years down the line. We are still, still putting money in KQ.
But
why?
Danson, doesn't it say something about us as and not just Kenya alone, but even as Africans? There's a reason why tuko nyuma vinye tuko nyuma. There's a reason why we are still trying to catch up with our Asian brothers and sisters. Yet we began more or less at the same place, if not even further ahead of them. It is our culture.
I think people will say it's culture. Some will say it is ignorance, but we have lacked what we call a leader. Okay, that is why this country, Kenya, has lacked for 60 years. Kibaki almost did well, right? But he created the instruments that were actually abused, by the Huru government.
Okay.
And I will say that debt, every country has debt. We have debt. Even the US has debt. There's no country that doesn't have debt. But you cannot borrow to the bone, right? And those are the guys. And as much as they were borrowing, it wasn't going to these specific projects that they were saying. The big projects, the big four and everything. It wasn't going there. As I said, I gave a demo. Ilikuwa inachukuliwa njiani, and I seen even the have Mtata is doing the case, but if that money is gone. Like if you go to Northland City,
right,
you'll find the loan was, some of it went there. You'll find a very wonderful city.
Are you talking?
Ukienda huko, but I don't have ever visited Northland City.
I have actually.
But you'll wonder kama kweli uko Kenya, So there was a problem, and now this problem, I think, this infrastructure, and that's why those guys. I don't know if you have read the bill, the bill that was passed by the parliament.
Actually, it's already assented to.
And I assessed, and I realized that they have really made sure there are no politicians in this fund. I hope and pray that the president can actually do that. We don't want someone who is politically connected to be in the board. If we get the right people, I'll tell you, the next 20 years, Kenya will be in a different trajectory.
Honorable Shakil, yesterday, that is the MP for Kisumu East, yesterday he even swore, and he said in a couple of months, I think he put it at 6 months, he had a bet here, he put a wager here, and he said if in 6 months we do not have an MP, a politician in that particular board, he owes us 10,000. Whether it was a joke or not, I mean, let's wait and see in 6 months if we're going to have a politician in that board.
I think personally, I've interacted with the president. Not the political part, but right? And talk. And if you pick the thinking of President Ruto, I'll very sure know that if that is how he's planning to do it, you may not find a politician inside there.
Okay. All right.
If I know how he plans, because this is actually setting the country to a different, and maybe just to explain to our viewers tonight, how will, for example, the billions in the diaspora that people have, how will they be very critical in this?
Okay.
And let's do the case studies that has happened before. Look at, for example, Ethiopia, which is just our neighbor. Let me start from there.
Right.
If you go to Bole International Airport, Utashanga, you may think you're not in Africa, right?
Okay.
And once you land in JKIA,
you see the difference.
I've even tried to compare JKIA with one of the American airports here.
Right.
It's one of maybe those local private airports, right, for people, because it's really a mess.
Okay.
Yeah. And even our TikTokers, the people online, you'll never see them going to JKI and showing you live, right? They just take those pictures, Kwaheri Kenya, Karibu Kenya. Those are the views we get, right? They'll never be on the queuing line and show you what is happening in the airport unless there's a scandal. Go to the baggage area where we pick our bags. Utaona pale hema, it is so dusty, right? It is just in a horrible situation. And I remember I was traveling with one of recently, I travel a lot, and he was raising issue about the prayer, saying, let me take you to JKIA toilets. Just go there, look at how they look. If if you take our guys who go to Dubai, you'll see them even live or taking videos in airport toilets and things like that, London. But it comes to JKIA. So we have to get a leader who can actually see that and get this thing done. I'm just using JKIA as an example. We have so many big projects that actually this infrastructure fund can change this country. Today, let's look at energy generation, right? I was doing some notes today and I was asking a friend I call on video and I said, how come kwetu bulbs zetu hata zikuangi ziko light up, like you can't compare the way US it is, right?
Right.
And ukiweka hiyo light yenye iko na moto mingi, guess what?
Stima inaenda.
Stima itapotea. Inaenda. Why? It's because we have less energy generation. We can't even sustain the high latency of energy. So unless this infrastructure fund is going to invest and generate a lot of electricity in the country,
yes,
why should we depend on Ethiopia? Yes, diasporans invested in Ethiopia. So I'm hoping that the guys who are coming to the board, they'll create a vehicle for the Kenyans living the diaspora specific project. We will buy in shares to menunua KPC recent Kenya pipeline, so we can still buy shares. We can be restaurants in JKIA. We can have wonderful offices. We can have a wonderful VIP lounge. I've been to VIP lounge, and for sure you can't even compare that VIP at JKIA with the other airports that I've been. So we need this fund like 50 years ago.
You know, Danson, I'm not saying that we don't need this fund. By the way, I am all for it. Actually, I'm all for any other fund that will advance not only our infrastructure, but just, you know, living standards for Kenyans here in Kenya. But I like what you've said. Diaspora, our diaspora community is quite huge, and muko na pesa nyingi sana. You know, and we know this because we see you guys online and we see how you live your lives. So for sure. My question would come back to that whole issue of us being able to implement this. And implementation, I mean, we have so many other things that and these are minute things compared to the National Infrastructure Fund. Let's just talk about things such as NADCO, 10-point agenda, and others I'm forgetting right now. Those things have stalled. We are aware of other projects that are currently on shelves in ministries and other places, departments, and so on and so forth. Those things have not been implemented, yet the funds were availed, but people have just decided in one way or another that they have other priorities, aka filling their own wallets. Here, National Infrastructure Fund, 5 trillion, my friend. 5 trillion. You know what? You see what I'm trying to say, right?
Yep. So what I will say is who runs our ministries? Who runs our departments? Who runs the board of our parastatals? They are politicians or politically inclined individuals.
Actually, they are 100% politicians.
Yes. And what do the politicians do? A politician is thinking about the next election. The next election, how he's going to win. Or if he's a governor and amefanya 2 terms zake, he's thinking of how am I going to be a senator or how am I going to be a minister. They're always thinking the next election.
True.
A politician is friend. And we need to separate between a politician and a leader. Because a leader carries a vision for a particular cause, right? Unfortunately, because politicians, where do they copy from the previous? Then we have a junk of what you call the bureaucracy. Personally, I have interacted with so many government officials, right? Various ministries. I have also proposed some policy, wonderful ideas, not just in ministries, including the parliament. Some of them have a parliament, they're just, they're just on the shelves there. That is how this system is. And when you try to push it, when you try to be smart that you want this thing get done, wanakuonea 18. Guess what? They will just keep quiet. A director somewhere will just decide to get that, and he will text you, I will revert.
Right.
Or they'll text you or call him or write you an email, we are working on it. And that is it. So this system that has been built for 60 years, changing it in 1 year or 2 years, it's not easy, bro. It is not so easy. So for us to do this, we must find another alternative way. And to me, how I view the infrastructure fund, how it can create these vehicles, multiple vehicles, and even us today as we speak, we are hitting at 676 billion.
Yes.
Kenya shillings. Diasporians remittance. By the end of the year, the projection of CBK, we might be doing even 700 billion plus.
Right.
Hiyo zote tunatumia tu watu huko nyumbani, hapo tu zile kidogo. Investment out of the maybe around 85% is not for consumption, 15 is for investment, right?
Yes.
But if you have a vehicle that people trust and say, I'm investing in JKI because I know their returns. Some people don't know that investing in airports actually gets you your money back. So how will this board craft that message, get the right people to market these vehicles, to change our infrastructure in the country, is the biggest task that they have to do.
Yeah.
And if they are going to be politicians, I don't think so. Personally, if they are going to be politicians, I'll be like,
no, I love your optimism, because you have said a few sentences back that you actually sat with the president and you picked his mind on this particular issue. But let me read something that the Auditor General Nancy Gathungu said. This is what she said. While this bill introduces a transformative framework, by the time she was making this comment, it was still a bill. While this bill introduces a transformative framework for financing national priorities, this stakeholder engagement is critical in order to ensure that the bill's framework upholds the highest standards of accountability. Now, she told Parliament that the proposals hold transformative potential, but in its current form, we're talking about a week ago, in its current form, it has risks that in its current form risks misalignment with existing public finance statutes. Now, with Nancy Gathungu's points in mind, you know that people have accused this government, not just the president, but several CSs, PSs, and even other officials. They have been accused of running this government like a kiosk, for lack of a better word. It's like their own personal asset. This government, it's their own personal asset. And you see, those are the kind of dangers and the risks that I think Nancy, the Auditor General, was raising. So if what you're saying is very aspirational from where I sit, but in terms of the spirit of this particular fund, kidogo naona ikiwa tricky, but you know what, we'll wait and see.
Actually,
go
ahead.
I think the statements of the Auditor General, and I think she's shared those statements before even the amendments were done on it. And I agree with her on something, and even your statements, I'll say that the president has really wonderful ideas for this country.
Right.
But the problem is the implementers.
Yeah.
Some of them, not all of them, but some of them, and I'll say most of them, they're actually doing their own things. We have people who have really wonderful ideas even to transform our institutions.
Yes.
But the bureaucracy in this country, to break it, is the hardest. Because these directors, PSs, and all these, they are politically inclined.
Yes.
Right? There are certain interests they are holding, like, they have some specific target they are supposed also to deliver for their masters. So it becomes so hard to push this country to a next level. But I'm just hoping that if we just implement the JKIA project to be successful, I think Kenyans will be viewing how to do things a bit different. That's how I'm praying that this thing has to be done right. And I hope the president gets the right people. There are people across the world. Kenyans are everywhere. We are in every institution. If you go to World Bank, Kenyans are there. IMF, we are there. If whatever institution you may think of in the world, including ICC, I think I heard you reading the news that you're even sending our Supreme Court judge there. We are everywhere. So we have the right people who can but getting them, I'm hoping they'll do it right. That is my prayer.
Sometimes we ignore some of these experts, like someone like the Attorney General, the Auditor General, the, control of budget. They usually pick out things before we actualize them, before we make them into bills or, executive orders and so on and so forth. And then days later hizi vitu zinakuja zina fall flat on their face. Case in point, I don't know if you're aware, they had installed cameras all over Nairobi in the hope of catching traffic offenders. The idea is a great one because it's happening all over the world. It's happening in the Western world and perhaps places like China. But the way it's been implemented here, imeenda kotini, hiyo kitu imeangushwa for a simple reason. Reason. And this is where I usually ask, did someone consult the Attorney General, for example, before this thing was implemented? Because perhaps if they had consulted her, maybe Madam Ward would have said, look, angesema kuna vitu mbili tatu hapa haziko sawa, can we take care of this first before we actually implement this thing? And not just that alone, there are many other things that the president has tried to do, and they are always been challenged in court and in other authority places of authority. My view on this one would be perhaps we were too fast to implement it. I could be wrong on this, but I feel like it was we were too hasty in implementing this, into signing this thing into law, this NIF.
I don't think so. I think we are late. You should have implemented, as I said many years ago. In Kenya, and I've seen how the government has been fighting. The government has been fighting 3 branches. So you have the parliament, you have the judiciary, then you have your own government, who are also trying to sabotage you, make sure that you don't succeed, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is always good for the lawyers or any Kenyan to go to court and try to get judicial recourse on any matter that any policy or regulation.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I think it has turned into some activism.
Right.
The issue with cameras, for instance,
the
camera thing is not just about the fines.
Yeah.
It's about saving lives, right?
I agree.
How many kids get hit by cars in the morning while they're going to school? How many are mama mbogas or those guys? How many issues they go through with the traffic? Yeah. When I'm in Nairobi and driving, someone just decide to block the road and you go nowhere.
Yeah.
Right? These are simple things that I don't think we need the judge to check and say, okay, this thing is go to, So, and having seen how the government implements these policies, especially originating from the agencies, they always consult the AG.
Yeah.
Every government, every state department have a legal team, and this legal team actually consult with the AG on all these matters. So I haven't seen where the government will just come up and roll out a policy without engaging the Attorney General. But we also have some form of activism going on and trying to look populist ideas with the politicians, or which lawyer is making these, arguments. They're also eyeing for political seats. We are very funny lawyers. Instead of them defending, they want to look for political seat, and once they get in the office, they do the same thing. So I think how I understand how Kenyans will operate.
Yes.
When you introduce even just a basic level, when you introduce a new idea to a Kenyan, they will always doubt. And I'll give even the example, even the diaspora. This thing is also here in the diaspora.
Yeah.
In the US, there's something called a social security number.
Yes.
If you have a business that requires a social security number and you call a Kenyan,
right?
Yeah. Even just asking, and a doubt first, right? And he or she knows that this is actually an entity, that a business that it's part of the process. I have to submit this document. If you call an American, atakupea tu, it is totally different. But in Kenya, anaanzanga na hiyo doubts.
Yeah.
That is just how we are structured. Then once they see, okay, it looks like this guy is very serious with this thing, that's when they accept to move on. So I think the government knows how we behave, and they're kind of aware the areas these guys will go to court and things like that. But at the end of it all, we need the cameras. We need the cameras, not just in Nairobi City. We need them
all
everywhere.
Over. I agree.
If we need to catch those guys they call goons, we need the cameras. Right?
We'll talk about goons, but City, you were saying something.
Well, I was saying that, you see, what Danson is speaking of is fundamental to the governance question that we always raise when we talk about Kenya as a state, and the conditioning that the Kenyan citizen has, because what is referring to doubt first and prove later, that's a conditioning that we have, okay?
Yep.
There is an article in the Business Daily by a gentleman called Jaindi Kisero. It's an article that somebody is worth reading because it actually speaks to what we are saying. You see, one of the things that we have in this country, and which is very sad, is that very many of the commercially important enterprises in this country are state-owned. Okay? But the problem with being state-owned is this, that very many of the people who head these institutions are political appointees. Okay? Now, there is what we call the Government-Owned Enterprises Act that came into being yesterday. Something significant happened, but in the absence of reading this article, you will not understand what happened. There was a movement in the management board of KenGen. Chairman, executive directors, and other people were removed. People think it was just a retirement that is cyclical in these things, but it isn't. Part of what it is that act states is people who, I'm paraphrasing here, people who have an official connection with a governing body, a political party. If you had been, for instance, let me give an example of the chairman. The chairman of KenGen is somebody by the name of Mr. Alfred Agoy Masadia. He was the MP for Sabatia in 2013 to 2022. He clearly has political affiliations. The executive director, the lady called Rehema Hassan, she served as women rep for Tana River in the year 2017 to 2022. And then there's a gentleman by the name of Bernard Ngugi, who was CEO of Kenya Power. These people have exited the board because the act doesn't permit people who have been in such position to actually function within a government-owned entity. So one could argue that we are seeing a change that ushers in an era where the merit-based system is coming into being. It's an act. So there is a law. Now, when you talk about the things that we are speaking of now, state-owned agencies, unfortunately, have been used as a reward platform for people who either supported the person who is then president, or cronies, or people who supported them. And merit has not been the consideration. The reward has been the consideration. And we've paid a very steep price as a country for this. Because we have seen people who, if they had competence or ability, it is diminished because of what it is that they're seeking to pursue, a political future. So their entire focus is on how much money they can amass when they're in these positions. They do not focus on developing these institutions that they can grow. If this act is but the beginning of what we look forward to seeing, then indeed some of these state agencies that we've spoken as being moribund and being simple suckers of government resources and producing nothing, we may see an end coming to this, and we may actually see the growth of the government in ways that we had never seen before. Now, our lived experience that has been forged through narratives that have been very forceful focus on us doubting literally any government that comes into being, and depending on which side of the political divide you are aligned to. Okay? Some of these things act as a check and balance, but sometimes it's not just a deterrent, it acts as a downer when the check and balance factor isn't even the issue here. It is simply that my person who ought to have been there is not there, so I am going to oppose this irrespective of what they do, whether it is good or bad. My position is steadfast. I am opposing it. So even if it is good, my first response is no, this is not good. If we look at what we are dealing with in this country right now, and we look at the fundamental aspect of our governance that is not spoken of, is the two government system that we have. The national government does not exist without the existence of the county governments. The county governments is where development begins. Why? Because the lowest condition and state of administration is within the county government. It's called a ward. So if the things we are speaking of are understood at that particular level, and the national government actually supports it, because many of these state-owned agencies that are supposed to be viable commercially are in counties. They're not all in Nairobi. If these things actually grow and the merit-based system actually takes hold, then these things that we are speaking of, the ability of investing in something like infrastructure fund, it will not just be enterprises or individuals, even county governments, by virtue of their existence, can actually invest in these things. But how do we move from this state that we are in, where we don't just question, we resist everything first, okay? And after time has lapsed is when we consider the possibility of even giving it an honest look. Is it possible that when some of these changes come about, that they probably happen without us noticing it, and so the opportunity for doing good by them passes that without us even realizing? The infrastructure fund has not been explained adequately by this government, so that people understand what they're talking about. It is a wonderful thing, but it has to be broken down so that we understand it. How is it that when parties campaign, the party membership is able to campaign to the ward level? How is it then that a government initiative that is important for the country cannot be cascaded to the level of the ward when the representatives of this government through their party exist? Why? On the one hand, we cascade information that has to do with politics. On the other, information that has to do with development is not cascaded. Why? And yet we have the infrastructure.
True. You know what?
I agree. Mbuvi, I agree with City completely. That there's a problem, and even how the government explain these things to our people. But also, it's a double sword, that's edged sword.
How so?
Because if you say, we have seen our people going to various cities and they're like, we have a public participation, can you guys show up? How many people show up in that setup? The best way you can do policy as it is in Kenya is having a political rally. The way the president go around that is the best way Kenyans will get these policies or these messages to them. If you go the textbook way,
it's not going to work.
You know, so it's a double way.
You know what, we need to audit this thing in 9 months time, or September. Kama uko na wakati, Danson, please, na kama utakuwa Kenya, come to the studio.
I'll come. So that knows me, I'll be there.
That we can audit to angalie, okay, this thing was implemented, or rather was signed into law in March. Where are we in October? Who are, in the commission or board members or whatever it is that they're going to be choosing? So that we can say, okay, we are on course or we have started wrong. Because everything is all about the start. If we start wrong, then hakuna mahali tunaenda.
I agree.
I wanted to ask you something.
And my encouragement to our people, especially those who live in the diaspora, is we have lacked, we have always complained we don't trust the government, there's no transparency, there is no accountability, those issues. Let's give it a try, right? Let's see how this infrastructure fund will. The vehicles that will be, sijui watatengenezea a bus, a train, or whatever the vehicle that will come up with, and embedding the diaspora specifically, let's give it a shot. Let's see if they give us some shares in JKIA, we can be able to build our own terminal and call it Diaspora Terminal, right? We can give it whatever name. And see how this thing works. Because we live in countries that we have seen it works. We have seen India do it.
Danson, hii Diaspora Terminal inafaa kufanya nini haswa?
It's just a terminal like any other.
We just give it a name.
If you look at the pride is that the money came from the diaspora. But a terminal can have a lot of things, right? A terminal can have, let me give, for example, Heathrow London has about 400 shops. The retail shops in Heathrow, there are about 400. So you'll find when you go to Heathrow, you will experience London without you stepping outside the airport, right? If we have the Diaspora Terminal and you can find movie restaurant there and nauza vitu zake hapo, we can experience that cuisine from the region it comes from. We can have we can have so many things in that terminal that actually will be pride of us Kenyans.
I get you
living the diaspora.
I get you. I have a question on IBC for you. What do you think of the current of IBC currently?
I've engaged them. I was recently in the country. I met the commissioners. We have talked to them about registering more Kenyans in the diaspora. They have given us 682 million. That's this financial year around 469 million. That's what they proposed in estimates. We are pushing the parliament to increase to get 1 billion. My course has been to actually get more voters in the diaspora. But in terms of operation, to me, the way you engage with them is a bit different the way we're engaging the Chepkati Commission. They are more open to communication. Personally, when you try to call them, the commissioners, they're able to engage. But you realize the only challenge they have is there's a way mikono yao inafungwa certain places, right? Especially when it comes to budget. The only thing I've talked to them is about counting votes. Most of the issue we have currently with the IBC, we spend a lot of time counting the ballots. And we have technology that can actually count the ballot. So they are getting it. They are learning. Some of them, they came with wonderful ideas, but bureaucracy as Serikali is hitting them. But we are hoping, based on the by-elections they did in November and this recent one, I think I'll give them a good plus. Maybe I'll give them an 80, somewhere there. But we are hoping they'll deliver the best election, especially for Kenyans living abroad. Because, Mbuvi, I'll tell you, we have over 500,000 Kenyans in the Middle East. And as it is at the moment, they can't even cast the vote. Right? So we are hoping they'll be able to vote as well. If 4 million of us can vote, guess what? We can change this country, not just by investing, but also changing all these politicians.
You're actually right. You're actually right. But you've said, I heard of this thing that watu wa diaspora wanataka to have their own member of parliament. I don't know if you've heard of it. What do you think about it? Is it an MP or a senator? They wanted someone in parliament, I guess.
So at the moment, we have those guys who have been, they want a county. At the moment, getting a diaspora county is the hardest because it requires constitutional change.
For sure.
And unfortunately, getting 232 members of parliament to change it. Atuna lobby, we don't have lobbying resources. They want lobbying, quote unquote, and you know what I mean.
Yes.
So the only avenue we can get representation in parliament is through nomination.
Yes.
So mimi kama niko UDA najipanga na UDA, I push through UDA. If they nominate me, then I'll be able to represent. But unfortunately, if today they were to nominate me as Danson in parliament, I may not be able to represent diaspora because what resources will I be using? Because currently the law only creates the person with disability, the youth, women, and the ASAL groups, right? There's no category called diaspora. So you may just say I'm representing the diaspora, but literally you don't have a budget because some of these roles by the law you have a specific budget. So unless we change the Elections Act and push some amendments in Parliament at the moment, hopefully there's a huge election amendment. And our country, they don't amend elections. They always do closer to election. I don't know why. So we are waiting. I hope they'll go through, but I'm tracking it. Nimeweka pia watu pale na pale, they give me updates how far it is. Once we change that and have diaspora in our Elections Act, then it will be easy to have a representation.
When you say that
avenue we can, yes.
When you say diaspora county, that means you will have a governor, senator, woman rep.
No, at the moment we may not get a county. We will just get a representation in Senate and maybe our counties, MCAs, and the National Assembly. But getting a diaspora county at the moment,
tricky, eh?
To be honest, even if I love the president, but even take him to ataniangalia aseme, hey, my guy.
No, Danson, don't limit your imagination, please. There is absolutely, there is no county.
We have ambition, but you see, hakuna haja utoje huko kuna giza na unaingia ndani.
Hapana, unaanza na giza then unatafuta taa. Iko hivi bwana. Okay? Danson.
So
Danson,
representation first. Let's get at least something in parliament and the Senate, at least you say tuko na hii kwanza. Then from there, it is easy to push for others.
Danson, I disagree with you. I mean, I'm not in the diaspora, but please allow me to disagree with you. You cannot contribute to the Kenyan economy something like 1.5 times what the national government allocates to all 47 counties. That's what the diaspora gives, almost 1.5 times, and then you do not have a big say. For heaven's sake, you have the muscle to have the say that you want. That is all I will say for now.
All right. Danson,
we need to vote.
You need to vote, and perhaps you need to push for it, Ndio hata mimi nikikuja diaspora.
We are now 10,000. We are now 10,000 people registered, so we are hoping we can get to 100,000 or 200 then. It's easy.
That's a county, my friend. Alafu mimi
600 billion is a strong lobby, chief. I'm talking shillings here.
Na mimi
it's a powerful lobby.
Nikuwe governor wenu.
Ujue city niliambia kwamba hizo pesa ziko in one basket so they can't track them.
Danson, we have come to the end of the show. Haraka watu wa diaspora wako 1 term ama wako 2 term?
I think it's split. Me personally, I will wish the president gets re-elected in the next election.
Right.
So we have, let me give you, the way it is in Kenya, we are directly proportional to the diaspora.
Okay. Sawa. Yeah. Thank you so much, Danson Mukile, for your time. We do appreciate. And like I've said, let's meet again in October. Let's audit this NIF.
Or even earlier.
Why not? Aya, asante sana. That is Danson Mukile, ako kule Washington DC. For now though, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga, and then I shall be telling you what happens in the next hour.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. About 3.1 million people in Kenya living with chronic kidney disease, according to the Ministry of Health. Speaking during the National World Kidney Day event at Kenyatta National Hospital in Nairobi, Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale said the condition is likely linked to rising cases of non-communicable diseases such as high blood pressure and diabetes. Duale says the government is expanding access to kidney treatment services under SHA, including full coverage for kidney transplant for eligible Kenyans.
Following concerns regarding the transplant practice last year, we took a decisive action. An independent investigative committee was formed. The report they gave us will be implemented with the recommendations. Some of the recommendations have been sent to Parliament, and I'll appear before Parliament so that they make the necessary legislation. Some of the recommendations require the ministry to do a policy, and I want to assure the country that not June, by end of April, we will have a policy table before Cabinet.
The National Police Service is seeking an additional 21 billion Kenya shillings to support its operations and strengthen security ahead of next year's general election. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja told the National Assembly Administration and Internal Security Committee that many police stations still face serious challenges. Kanja said some stations do not have electricity, while nearly half of all police stations across the country lack vehicles.
50% of our police stations don't have any form of transport. And that is an impediment, actually, in the provision of services. So we would request this committee to support us in that direction so that as many police stations as possible can actually be afforded a transport.
Public university students who are continuing with their studies will get 4.2 billion Kenya shillings this week. This money comes from the government to help students pay for their education directly. The acting university's fund boss, Edwin Wanyonyi, said the funds will support students in different courses. He added that this is a new system where money goes straight to students instead of being given to the universities. President William Ruto has assured Kenyans that he will account for every promise he made over the past 3 years. Addressing residents of Cheptirit and Nangoi shopping centres, Nandi County, President Ruto took a swipe at the opposition leaders, dismissing them as lacking agenda for Kenyans. The head of state said their only agenda is to divide the country along tribal lines.
Nasikizeni, tumekubaliana ya kwamba Kenya hii hatutaki siasa ya ukabila, hatutaki siasa ya migawanyiko, hatutaki siasa ya ubaguzi. Sisi tumeunganisha Kenya iwe moja. Na hiyo ni kazi yangu kama kiongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Ndio munaona tumekubaliana chama ya UDA na Kenya Kwanza, tumekubaliana na chama ya ODM ya kwamba tutaketi chini, tutaongea, tutapanga coalition ya kutengeneza serikali ya 2027.
Lawmakers in Senegal have approved a new law increasing the maximum prison sentence for same-sex relations to 10 years. The bill was passed by Parliament with 135 MPs voting in support, none opposing it, and 3 abstaining. The legislation also introduces penalties for what it describes as the promotion of homosexuality. The bill now awaits approval by President Basiru Faye before it can become law. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The two-time Olympic champion Eliud Kipchoge will run in the NBK 2K Porto Alegre Marathon in Brazil. This is part of his plan to run 7 marathons around the world. The race will take place on Sunday, July 12, 2026. It will be his second race after the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon in May. Kipchoge says he's excited to visit Porto Alegre, meet the people and show that no human is limited. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has promised that this year's safari rally will be exciting and well organized. He says the government is making sure there are enough resources and security for the event. Speaking at the flag-off in Naivasha on Thursday, Kindiki said Kenya is proud to host the safari rally every year as part of the World Rally Championship.
I am also informed that between now and Sunday, over 80 million people from around the world would have watched this rally. This is the greatest rally in the world. It is a rally like no other, very challenging. There is no other place on earth where you can get a combination of tough terrain, wild animals, rain, and hospitable people.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. A big shout out to the following folks. Man, picha zenyu zimeenda wapi? Na nilikuwa nimezifungua tu saa hizi hapa, alafu mtu ni kama ameziiba. But nonetheless, ninajua the usual suspects akina Don Sabwa. Here we go.
My work is easy.
No, I don't want to hear about your work. Why are you telling us about your work? Anyway, I'll give you shout outs when we come back. But in
Yes,
Finya ile button ya green, ile red ndio inaleta hao watu ambao wanazungumza.
Wenye wanaongea sana.
Yes.
But I'll recap there. I needed to give a couple of people shout-outs. They were actually responding to some of the things that we said in the previous hour. But you know what? We shall get to them. But right now, though, allow me to introduce you to my lawyer. Even the vote wanasemanga. This is Dr. Ronald Ongudi. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Today, we want to talk about property dispute resolution. But before we get to that, Wakili, maybe you can just let the listeners know what exactly it is that you practice and the name of your law firm.
Thank you. As rightly introduced, Ronald Ongudi. My law firm is Alamano and Associates. Alamano is my middle name. We practice in the commercial space, in the corporate space. We are also in the real estate space. And as we were discussing earlier, there is now an increasing need for innovation, moving away from the traditional areas of practice. We have data privacy.
Yes.
We now have fintech. Those that are in the space, the crypto space. Yes.
Actually, now that you've mentioned data privacy, you know what happened yesterday in the courts? They stopped this whole instant fines on our roads.
Yes.
And there was an issue there on data and how they are going to collect this data and where exactly this data is going to go. I don't know if you followed up on that particular case. What are your thoughts on that whole instant fines?
Paul, may allow me to piggyback?
Please back.
Did they stop or did they pause it?
They issued a conservatory order, which essentially stays the operationalization of the notice. It's more or less stopped. It's been stopped for the duration of the case until the court makes a different determination. Yes.
So what were those particular issues? Because I had lawyer Danstan Omari say a lot of things with his colleague Nazilinipita kwa hewa. But maybe you can just recap for us and make us understand.
What I was able to pick from the filings is the fact that there is an imputation of criminal conduct without giving, the accused person an opportunity to mitigate, explain themselves. If you're uncomfortable with the fine, is there an avenue through which you can appeal against the fine that has been imposed on yourself? Those are some of the issues that I picked.
Yeah.
You're condemned and had, basically.
By the way.
That's the main issue that I picked.
But these things happen all over the world because we were just having a conversation with a member of the diaspora here. He said, they happen. Na maswali kwangi mingi, you oversped, lipa fine yako, na maisha inaendelea.
One of the main issues I picked from the filings is the aspect of public participation and involvement of the public in the process.
Okay.
We were simply slapped with a notice that tells us we have these fines, we have these speed cameras. If you're caught in violation, this is what will be imposed on yourself.
Yeah.
So I think largely the petition will turn on public participation, involvement of the people. But we have this practiced across different countries. Yes.
Okay.
It would be good to have it implemented.
Are there any statutes or laws or anything in this country that does not require public participation?
You turn to Article 10, which speaks to public participation. It's now a constitutional imperative. So any step must involve the public.
Where any step means what?
Legislative steps, decision making at the national level, at the county level, all these have to involve the public.
All right.
Yes.
There's this discussion that we've been having recently of the infrastructure fund.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
This qualifies as a step.
Yes.
And so we are saying that before we even get to the point of seeking and trying to talk about ways in which you want to implement it, public participation must be at the heart of it.
Yes.
Do we have laws that tell us what it is that is contained in what we refer to as public participation, what it involves?
There's a process ongoing in Parliament towards the passage of an act that would speak to public participation. What entails public participation? What sort of notice would you give to members of the public, inviting them to such fora to have those kind of conversations?
Yeah.
But the legislative process is ongoing, and I think it will bring in a lot of clarity because we have had so many government initiatives struck down on account of non-involvement of the public. At times we have had minimal involvement, but the courts have taken the position that this involvement has to be extensive, extremely extensive.
And have they laid out the dictates and the definitions of this extensiveness? Or this is what Parliament is discussing?
This is what Parliament is discussing. For the court, we look at qualitative, quantitative, how many of the masses have been involved. For example, this is a project in Kilifi. How many of the masses in Kilifi? Is it a good representation of the population in Kilifi?
And what constitutes a reasonable sample size?
One would look at the population of the county and create, the impression of what would be reasonable. For example, there's a large scale development, and you've only consulted 20 people in a county that has close to 100,000. That would not constitute.
That is not public participation. And the 20 people are relatives.
All of them.
Or married into the family.
Or you spoke to your mama mboga and your mek and you said I've done public participation. Wamesema ya kwamba hii kitu iko sawa.
And it's even interesting because you have certain instances where persons come up with questionnaires, distribute them. Those questionnaires are filled out, in the same handwriting. So the issue becomes, okay, fine. You have 1,000 questionnaires before the court, but they're filled out in the same handwriting. So how certain will we be that you have engaged members of the public? Yes.
People in this country are very crafty.
No, that is not crafty. That's stupid. At least if you're going to be crooked, be clever about it.
Yeah. Now, Wakili, let's get down to property dispute resolution.
Yes.
We keep on seeing these particular issues. For example, there was that issue with the estate of the late judge. I'm forgetting his name. Majanja.
Yes.
Yeah. Your story by the Misha. Is it still ongoing?
It's still ongoing.
Yeah.
It's still ongoing.
Because I think I saw the judiciary did something like 2 days ago.
Yes.
Where CJ Martha Koome and her colleagues did some kind of ritual to close something. What was that all about, by the way?
Closing of proceedings. Every other time we have a judge die, there is a record that is closed. So there'll be an invitation to senior leadership of the judiciary, senior leadership within the judiciary. There'll also be an invitation to the family.
Okay.
We'll also have senior leadership within the Law Society of Kenya Advocates. Basically, say positive things about the judicial officer.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So that his file or her file is closed.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but the case is still ongoing?
The case is still ongoing.
Okay. Because when I saw it, I just brushed through. I really didn't understand. But now when we see such kinds of things, why do they usually take this long? Land disputes in this country, why? Because I'm sure most of the cases we see in court, they are just to do with inheritance, land ownership, and assets and estates. What's the issue there?
First, I would say we are not a society that prefers planning in advance of death. So once we die, there is a lot of chaos that is left behind. And this chaos has to be resolved by judges. There is a lot of emotion around this chaos as well. And there's always a tendency of dragging these court processes. So you may appear in court today prepared, but there's a side that is unprepared, dragging the case a lot further. There's also the challenge of documentation.
But that is intentional, that dragging.
It's very intentional.
Yes.
It's very intentional.
I've engaged lawyers before, and I know what you guys do.
It's very intentional at times. If you realize you do not have a good case, you will make every effort to frustrate the process.
Yes.
Let me cycle back to your question.
Right.
Why do these cases delay in court? Number one, documentation. You do not have good documentation. You therefore make frequent adjournments as you try to get your house in order. Number two is the emotion involved and the distrust, between the parties and all that. And you have a judge who has been called upon to arbitrate, to find a proper solution to this dispute. And the judge cannot directly involve himself, in the solution of these problems.
Right.
Yes.
Because I've heard over and over people saying that the law is very clear.
Yes.
Look, I own this estate.
Yeah.
I am no longer there. There are people who were attached to me. It could be a wife, children, parents, brothers. The law is very clear about how, in the absence of a will, it's very clear how these things will go. Now, someone might come and we need to do a DNA test.
Yeah.
Like some lawyer did, not some MP had some time, I think it was Mark II,
yes,
where the daughter actually, they did a positive, the DNA results were positive that she is actually his daughter.
Yes.
So there are those things, and I understand. But they shouldn't take some time, years. surely. Sometimes someone stays in a fridge, mnangoja kumzika 10 years later, bado kesi inaendelea.
The other challenge with that process is we have many people that feel entitled to inheritance.
Okay.
We may say the law is very clear, but it is not as clear to them. Because this person believes because I had an interaction with the deceased occasionally would send me 500 shillings, I'm entitled to that estate. Because I'm the son to the son of the son of so
or
and
the
so.
cousin.
Yes, yes. I have an entitlement.
12 times removed.
Yes.
Even 50.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an entitlement to that estate. So that is what bogs down the process.
Yeah.
Yes.
So essentially, you're saying that the national position we have in these matters that we're all greedy, and so even when you, but it's greed.
Yeah.
No, proceed.
If there was no money involved, the issue would not arise. Money is a representation of wealth.
Yes.
Land is a representation of wealth. So,
True story.
So the person who could have actually defined the situation and brought clarity is dead.
Yes.
So individuals see a loophole.
Yes.
And that loophole is what prolongs these issues.
And it's more or less tied to, our understanding within the African culture.
Yeah.
That, you're the wife left behind. You have to take care of the entire family, extended. So we are all placing our eyes on the wife.
Yes.
But the wife feels, I have children that I should take care of. So it creates a lot of animosity. And the law has not found a way of bridging all those kind of things.
Yeah.
You say the law is clear.
Yes.
The law is blind to those emotions, those realities.
Exactly. And that's why I believe a case shouldn't take 16 years. For example, okay, someone comes and claims, hey, I'm the legitimate child. Okay, fine, let's do a DNA.
Yes.
DNA is done.
Yes.
It's positive that you are the child. See, then you're just included.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or we find it's negative. Wacha kutuwestia time, nenda zako.
And the other challenge would be appeals that are filed within the course. So there is a decision made by the judge. The other side is dissatisfied. So we tie down by appeals. One files an appeal to the Court of Appeal. So it delays the entire process. And before a decision is handed down by the Court of Appeal, so much time has gone by.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then there's that, by the way, these delays in courts. Apart from now, lawyers filing all these things. You call them what? Those appeals and delays. There are other delays where Mara documents as you Mara we are not ready, Mara someone is sick.
Yes.
Apart from those ones, sometimes you can find a case has been assigned a date in October and we are in March.
Yes.
Why?
I
know cases are many, but why?
Cases are many. We do not have enough judges, though the judiciary is doing a lot to recruit more judges. That is why you may find, full diaries. The judge may well desire to have your matter heard in 2 months' time, but the diary cannot allow. You therefore find yourself in October. But with the recruitments that we are now having, we should be having 20 new judges of the High Court. So we are hoping that this kind of adjournments, this kind of far dates being assigned will be a thing of the past.
Okay. Ordinarily, how many cases should a judge handle? And what period are we talking about? For example, are we talking about in a day? Are we talking about in a month? Are we talking about in a year?
There's a course list. Every judge has a course list within the day. It depends on how organized they are. There are some who have up to 20 matters.
Yeah.
There are some who have up to 15 matters.
Okay.
But there's an expectation that within a year you should have had a matter and determined it.
Okay. So from beginning to end.
From beginning to end.
Apart from the really difficult ones.
Even the really difficult ones.
Like a murder case. A murder case is not something that you just let go easily.
It is. If you have your witnesses ready, it's something that you can hear back to back.
Yes.
Once you've set down the hearing date, you can hear the prosecution's witnesses. If you find a case has been made, you set down the case for defense hearing, and you have your witnesses lined up. So it is very possible to hear those matters within a year and have them concluded.
All right.
Yeah.
Now back to the issue. So as far as inheritance is concerned, those are the issues you've mentioned. But now we also have we know of other issues where people have disagreed on land use.
Yes.
So we are two brothers, we are fighting because we inherited this land. Me, I want to set up commercial houses.
Yeah.
But my brother insists that he lazima to pande ama tuweke quails because it's more lucrative. How are those ones handled?
Land use disputes are presented before the liaison committees. And liaison committees are set up across the 47 counties. So you present your dispute to them. They will hear the matter. If you're dissatisfied, you then lodge an appeal to the Land Acquisitions Tribunal. Yes. Yeah.
And that's how we'll agree whether we do maize or we do quails.
No, if you're not agreed,
yes.
What the first question would be, what is the user? What would be the user? What would be the user? Is it commercial?
Yes.
Is it commercial? Is it agricultural? So if you're not agreeable, you can engage, a process that would resolve it.
Yeah.
Yeah, court process.
But is there a situation whereby they'll say, you know what, this land was for farming. So because you guys can't agree, we'll just have to go with the farming.
Yes, that would be the position. If the user is agricultural.
Yes.
And you want, if the user is agricultural and you want to move it to commercial, you make an application to the county to have that user changed. If there is a dispute, then you move to now the liaison committee to have that matter resolved.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the biggest issues I've seen in this country is also the issue of squatters.
Yes.
First of all, who's a squatter?
A squatter is somebody who takes up occupation of land that they do not have ownership over, and use it in a way that is, detrimental to the interests of the owner.
Okay.
So you've identified idle land somewhere.
Yes.
It may not really be idle because it's owned. You jump onto that land, you put up a structure.
Yeah.
That's detrimental to the interest of the owner.
Yes.
Because the owner would never want to see a structure on that parcel of land. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So once it could be anything. I could be living there, or I could just plant skuma weekend.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm a squatter, yes, city.
Do squatters have rights?
They do not. They do not, because your occupation is in violation of somebody's enjoyment, of their proprietary rights.
If somebody squats on your land for 10 years, does that still obtain? Is it that they still don't have rights after 10 years of squatting on your land?
They can get into that conversation after a period of about 12 years.
Yeah.
Wait, atumeuliza nini city?
No, he's understood where I was going with my question, and he has actually responded to it.
Yeah.
It's after 12 years that you are
entitled.
Well, the squatter can claim some rights, but the lawyer is here, so let him explain.
So I can claim entitlement.
Nani, this is not a reason for you to go and squat on somebody's land for 12 years.
Bro, I have.
See, I can see where you're going with this.
I have my own land, but what I'm asking for the benefit of our listener. So if I let's say this was an empty piece of land, so I come here, I build that structure, and I live there, and for 12 years, I have not seen the owner of this land.
Yes.
No one has come to collect rent. No one has come to tell me leave. I've just been here, I've been okay. So after 12 years, I can own that land.
You see, when you're bringing in an issue around adverse possession,
Yes.
because with adverse possession, your occupation must be with the consent. It must be with the knowledge
of
with
the owner.
knowledge of the owner. Yes.
But I don't know this guy. Me, I was just walking along George Padmore Ridge, or rather road. I saw an empty piece of land. Me, I'm homeless. Nikakuja siku ya kwanza nikaeka ka blanketi nikalala. Kwa niambia toka. Then over time, I've been living here for 12 years, bana. See, I just own this land.
No.
Because I don't know the owner. So I can't ask you, assuming you're the owner, I can't ask you for permission because I don't know you.
If the owner is to now come and demand, occupation and move to court seeking orders to have you evicted,
yes,
you will be evicted. Because with adverse possession, the owner is aware. You're engaging in, activities detrimental to him.
Yeah.
You're putting up structures, you're farming. The owner has knowledge that there's somebody on this land. Has not done anything for that period of time.
I've set up a whole toilet. I have my own home.
Yes, he's not done anything for that period of time.
Paul, there are people who've gone and subdivided other people's land and even sold other people's land. Yes, and issued certificates of ownership. I don't know how legal such a document is. Yes. So for
after 12 years, so what is significant about these 12 years? Help me understand again.
It's a principle in law. When it comes to adverse possession, you must be in occupation, in open occupation, in open occupation. one that is contrary to the interests of the owner for a period in excess of 12 years. After that period, you can now move to court to have yourself declared as owner. And you see, the owner during these 12 years must have that knowledge that there's somebody on this property engaging in these extraneous activities, and the owner has not taken any interest in,
So I have to prove that Daktari here knows that I was here.
Absolutely.
Amekuwa akipita hapa.
Yes.
He has even had lunch in this house that is mine, but it is his.
Yes, absolutely.
So, when this adverse possession, does it afford you ownership of the entirety of that particular property, or is it a portion of it?
The entirety, because you will be claiming ownership to the title. You will be claiming ownership to the title of that land.
So if it's 1 acre, yani, it's mine now.
Yes.
City, what is it? But I'm just asking a legit question.
I understand the legitimacy of your question.
Yes, go ahead, please. Yes. That would be the difference with the squatter, because you see, for the squatter, the owner is unaware of those activities. But once the owner becomes aware, they now move to have you evicted on the property. Yes.
Okay, let me ask now a different question. We've had situations in this country long before public institutions could have title deeds in their name.
Yes.
It was just government land.
Yes.
Now, when this law came into effect, and yet there were individuals who had cut off chunks of what was then government land, whether it was school land, prison land, military land, for their own. Is this process reversible?
It is. You cannot obtain good title that has been passed through an illegal process. Because if this land was formerly public, you have illegally annexed it as private. If there is now effort to revert it to public, it would be a successful exercise, because the root of your title is illegal. You move back to dinner management, the decision by the Supreme Court. We focus on the root of the title.
I want to repeat this because I really want to understand it.
Okay.
Yes?
We move back to the Supreme Court decision in dinner management.
Which year was the Supreme Court issue?
It's a recent one. I'm trying to remember the year.
Okay.
Was it after COVID?
Yes, after COVID.
Okay.
It was very much after COVID, which places an emphasis that you have to look at the root of the title, look at the history of the title, identify proper ownership, and how that ownership has progressed. And it has defeated the previous assumption that, ownership of a title deed is sufficient proof of ownership. If the root of the title reveals there has been fraud along the way, it would defeat the title that you have. You cannot hide under innocent purchaser for value. Yes. There's now an emphasis that you have to move down to the root of the title to establish ownership and how that ownership has moved. Because if along the way there is fraud, that passage of title becomes a nullity in itself.
So let me understand you to be saying this. There was a time when the president could actually had the means and the power to allocate land in this country. The law allowed for that. Say something like a beach plot and so forth. Now, with the law that we now have, are we saying that such a decree is also reversible?
The president was exercising lawful powers at that time. He was exercising lawful powers at that time. So that allocation was lawful.
It was lawful.
It was lawful.
Yes.
Yes. So that title, as passed at that time, was lawful. So dinner management would sanitize it. But if there is an unlawful passage of title along the journey, that title would be nullified at the point of...
How do you pronounce this dinner passage?
Dinner management.
Dinner management.
Dinner management.
Spell the dinner.
D-I-N-A.
Yeah.
Oh, dinner.
Yes.
D-I-N-N-E-R, and I was wondering where does...
There's a company called Dinner Management. They manage properties.
Yes,
they were involved in that case.
Yeah, dinner management company.
You see, I was thinking that this guy is referring to some Latin phrase. Yes, that these lawyers are accustomed to, and I was thinking, I eat dinner. How exactly do you spell this dinner? We've always had issues of land in this country that we refer to in Kenya as land that has been grabbed.
Yes.
Okay? ADC had lots of such land.
Yeah.
Municipalities had lots of such land. Government corporations had lots of such properties. And the list goes on and on and on and on. So what we're talking about, the unlawful process of acquiring it.
Yes.
What would constitute this unlawful acquisition of this particular land?
The transfer itself, because we're saying it's public land.
Yes.
It's owned by these state corporations. Along the way, there is grabbing, and that grabbing will involve a transfer of ownership.
Yes, it does.
To an individual.
Yes.
So that process in itself is an unlawful. So if we are to view those transactions through dinner management, if the state were to be keen enough to reclaim that land, they would be successful. But now the challenge is
yes, go ahead,
there's
please.
no goodwill in doing that.
Is the state the only body that can claim this land, or can a sovereign like myself claim this land? Because whichever government entity owns that land is on my behalf, is it not?
Acting in public interest, yes, you can.
Yes.
Acting in public interest, yes, you can file a petition and seek the relevant declaratory orders. Yes.
Wow.
Because our constitution has greatly expanded locus standi. So the fact that you have no direct interest does not deny you an opportunity to move the court appropriately.
Yeah. I have seen that dinner management case. It started in 2011. It was concluded in 2021. Yeah. So you can check the records.
Well, you are talking of that. I'm looking at the Mbio Koinange family dispute for decades.
Yeah, I mean...
Yes, so if you talk about things that have taken time, Justice Musyoka came in, Justice Muchelule came in.
People have retired while dealing with that case.
Died.
Yeah.
Not retired, died. 40 years is a generation. Yes, plus. So, again, when it comes to issues of land, because a decree is arrived at and then somebody appeals.
That is why I was actually mentioning earlier, the law, like you say, is clear, but it does not appreciate the emotions that come with some of these processes.
But you see that for me, I get to understand that is the purpose for the law.
Yes.
The law is devoid of these emotions, so that we can, for the sake of moving forward, as we like to say.
And that is why we have the court annexed mediation. It was recently introduced.
Yeah.
So most of these matters are now moved to mediation. You sit with the mediator, you iron out all those issues. You thresh out those emotions out there.
Yes.
And hopefully come back to the judge with a settlement. This is how we would want this matter resolved. And it's been quite helpful.
Yeah.
Because applying the black letter law to many of these things, it leaves you a bit... Because the law would say, these are the people entitled to inherit.
Yeah.
The larger family feels, no, we have been part and parcel. This is our grandfather, this is our great-grandfather. We want to be in there. This was my neighbor. He would visit me occasionally.
Yeah, so I'm
I want
part
to be
of
a part
this.
and parcel.
Lakini watu. There's a case, I'll choose a different jurisdiction. This is now the US, where a grandchild duped his grandparents in this way. They needed money from a bank. So they were to leverage their title deed and get this loan. But the grandchild came and told them, hey, shosh, niaje, instead of doing this, how much money do you need? The grandparents were like, we need $1 million. Let's put it at $1 million. So he was like, you know what? I'll give you that $1 million, yeah? So what you will do, you sell the land to me, I give you that 1 million, but because I'm your grandchild, this is still your parcel of land. Then pay me at whatever rate you decide. Then at the end of the day, I'll give you back the whatever. So the grandparents actually did that. They transferred the title to the grandchild. The grandchild gave them this 1 million. Then only for them to discover this grandchild of theirs went and sold the parcel of land for a profit. Let's even put it at 10 million.
Yes.
So the grandparents were duped in this case. When you present that case to the courts, how do they deal with it if it were here in Kenya?
Because that's a case of forgery. Because you look at...
They didn't forge. They literally sold the land to their grandchild.
Oh, they did? Okay.
It was a legit process. They sold it.
Okay.
But the idea was... I'll give you that 1 million. You give me the land, then pay me at your own pace. Then, because I'm your grandchild, surely.
Yeah.
But only for this grandchild went and now, once the title deed was in his name, went and sold this land. So the grandparents, one day they're just watching TV, kidogo, people are coming at here, huku ni kwangu toka. So if that were here in Kenya, how would our courts deal with it?
As you're thinking,
yes,
the ancestors would curse you, but it'll go on.
For sure. But before the ancestors kick in, what does the law say about that?
Let me see.
It's fraud. It's fraud because.
But how do you prove it?
Actually, because it is something which is documented, you would have to go with what is documented.
Yeah.
But what was the spirit of this understanding?
Shosh needs money. Shosh and Babu.
Yes.
They need money.
Yes,
all
they
right.
do.
So I told them, look, I have that money. Instead of going to a bank which will charge you interest and do what, I give you 1 million, you pay me 1 million back.
This grandchild didn't have parents.
From the look and sound of things, maybe they were gone, dead or whatever.
You see, there's so exactly if one went to court, what would one be going to court for?
So the
grandparents,
back to your question, the grandparents transferred ownership.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because this clearly their grandchild lied to them. Okay. Yeah. Because they thought this was in good faith. Like this is your grandchild. Yes. You don't expect your grandchild to lie to you.
It would be a very difficult case to because how do you then convince the court we transfer this as security for this facility? Because they have signed the transfer forms. They have transferred ownership.
Yeah.
So it would be the word.
Against
it would actually be the word of the grandson against.
Yeah. Because I remember the case. Well, they lost. They went to court, but the court was like, you know what? As in, we feel you.
Yes.
Like in Sasa, you guys did everything legitimately.
Because the challenge would be, they transferred ownership. They signed all those documents. It was their signature there. They cannot dispute the signature on the transfer forms. So that would be a big challenge.
Imagine that's how they lost their land.
Yeah.
They lost their house, they lost their, and you know how it is in the States, retirement, pesa yote mulieka hapo.
Yeah.
Gone with the wind, just like that. But anyway, like you said, ancestors, they will do their thing.
No, I was being facetious.
Yes.
Why I asked where the parents of this particular child were, I was referring to the social structure that exists in this scenario that you've given and how it is such matters work. Because I'm transferring that entire process to an African setting. How would a grandchild talk to the grandparents without intermediaries?
Yeah.
How would that even happen? See, their social structure allows for that. Ours, it would be very tricky, extremely tricky.
See, for example, my grandmother, she trusts me and she loves me a lot. And if she were in need of money and I have it, I'd give her even without the title deed. But now you see, the moment I tell her nipe title deed, then that one should actually involve other people.
Yes, but also remember in our setting, culturally and socially, this one child family thing we don't have. We are many. So even when you're consulting, it's not one person being consulted.
Yeah.
There'll be other people being consulted, and other people will have to have a say.
Yeah.
So it is more a judgment, if you ask me, on the cultural processes that these people have, and in terms of how intergenerational relationships are actually formulated and practiced. And in our case here, very different.
We also know of cases in court where, like you said, I think forgery, but it's, how do you prove forgery in this case? I went and duped my mom. Because maybe she's illiterate, maybe she's blind, incapacitated in one way or another. So I went and acquired title deeds to her estate. And then I went and I changed them to my name. How are such cases handled? Because we have heard of many.
First of all, you'll have to have the matter reported to the police. The police will then have to investigate. You would need to have somebody to, look at the signatures, because a report will have to be presented in court as you seek to cancel the transfer of ownership, because it was based on forged signatures. So you can have two parallel processes. One to the police, a report filed to the police, and also a report on the signatures. Yes. Because you will be telling the court, there is forgery here. I did not willfully transfer ownership. Yes. These were the circumstances of the transfer.
Yeah.
Not unless they were so good as to, create your signature.
There's that.
Yes. In fact, when you had mentioned the earlier case and I spoke of forgery, I thought the grandson had collected the titles and
Ali, it was a very clean transaction.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
One of the conversations that one has heard with regards to property disputes has been a multiplicity of title deeds.
Yes.
Is this one of these myths that are only particular to Kenya, or is it a reality that you actually have situations where for that same parcel of land you find more than one title being presented?
It's a reality. There's one matter I handled where there were actually 3 titles. 3 titles.
What?
And
Different owners?
Yes.
Okay.
And we had to involve the DCI, who then did a report now speaking to the proper ownership. So we have this kind of cases.
From what you observed,
yes,
how is it possible for someone to acquire a title deed when one already exists?
You'd point it to corruption that was then in existence at the lands. So you get officials who are able to
manipulate the system,
manipulate records. Digitization has helped quite a lot. Yes, the digitization of records has helped.
How exactly has it helped?
Because you're able to track movement. It's easy to track movement on the different files, as opposed to the physical file being stored somewhere. It becomes a lot more difficult.
But isn't it how things were done before this whole digital revolution, where every they were literally like physical files?
Yes.
So if someone in the lands ministry did a duplication and then they got rid of the original, tutajua namna gani?
There's this process called a search.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So for you to have a duplicate title deed, the search had to be manipulated, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
And there are various instances where you could have separate, different searches over the same property. There's a search that speaks the language you desire, a different search that would speak a language that, that is how crafty the system was within the lands.
Yeah.
Yes. But we are seeing a semblance of order. We are not yet there, but we are seeing a semblance of order. And that is a mischief Dina management came in to resolve, where we're saying you have to trace, the root of the title. Trace the root of the title. Don't move with the confidence of a search that tells you this is the ownership.
Yeah.
Or the confidence of a title that has... Get to the lands. Investigate the root of the title. Get to see how title has passed. There's this judge who says you have to at least speak to a surveyor and speak to the village drunkard.
Actually, that is what they advocate. If you speak to all these land people who sell land, these companies that sell land, they'll tell you before you buy land, hata enda uongee na buy, enda kwa buy hiyo area, keti tu na watu usikize hiyo maneno ya shamba.
Can the route then not be interfered with, or we are suggesting that with such a ruling, it is assumed that the route of this particular title is bulletproofed? It is proved it cannot be interfered with.
With the route, you go back to who is the first owner. It is very difficult to mess up with that.
It's not impossible.
It is not impossible, but it's very difficult. So you conduct a historical search right from the initial owner all the way to the existing owner. So not just a search that tells you, okay, this is the previous owner and he has transferred it to you. That may not really protect you at the end of the day.
Let me take an example of my grandparents on my dad's side. Both of them are dead.
Yeah.
So if someone were to trace the person who sold the where we are living, whether it was sold or inherited to my grandfather, we're talking about probably someone who lived and died in the 1920s. How are we going to get that far back?
But those records are with the lands.
Nani wakati wa colonial rule wakati huo.
Those
records exist.
Those records are with the lands. So if you're diligent enough, you're able to, obtain that record.
Where?
There are parcels of land in this country that have not been adjudicated. So you will find that the issue of the title doesn't arise. But the history of that particular land, it's not that it doesn't exist, it does. See, the land exists, and there must be a record of it. Yes, if it exists.
Okay.
Whatever it is that it is called, it must exist.
Then now we shall trace where the problem is. Once we know, okay, so this person bought this land, let's say, from...
No, the idea is to give you the confidence that the transfers have been done in a proper manner. The idea is to also, give you the confidence that there is no existing court matter in respect of a particular ownership.
Okay.
because the challenge would be, you've bought land, kumbe there is a court matter in respect of a particular transfer within that land. So that transfer along the way is nullified.
Okay.
And that affects your ownership all the way. Yeah.
By there is that.
Yeah.
There's an
That is why they also advise do not buy property that is, involved in a dispute. It could be a succession dispute. In fact, if there's succession ongoing, avoid that property until after succession. Yeah.
There was a situation we witnessed a couple of, I don't know if it's years or months back, that Portland cement land, where people just found themselves in a conundrum, and then they were evicted. Their whatever structures were they demolished and so on and so forth. How is it that so many people found themselves in those murky waters?
Again, I think it's something City mentioned earlier. This is government land. Along the way, an individual takes possession, transfers it. So we have this state corporation now saying, no, this was our land. These transfers were not properly done. So we want to reclaim.
These guys lived there for years. So let me ask this question, because muliona tukijenga, muliona lorry zikikuja hapa, because it's not one structure that it was that we can say, hey, but it was constructed within 4 months. We didn't know. Like over years, watu wanakuja ananunua shamba, mtu anakuja anamwaga mchanga, anamwaga mawe, within X amount of time, structures were up. Someone witnessed all that.
There was a community. They even built a church.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Like years passed by. Then suddenly, now Gava remembers, but this is our land.
No, the government didn't just suddenly remember that was our land. No, do you really think that you can be involved in all that activity and the administrative structure in that region does not know what is going on? They know what is going on.
Exactly. So by the time you're coming to demolish my house, by all means, do it. But compensate me, because someone must have been responsible for it.
Apana, Paul.
But someone is responsible for it.
Apana, it's you.
Considering we know of the broken systems, we know of the corruption that goes on in these places.
I'm actually not sympathetic to these things, and I'm going to explain to you why I'm not.
It is because you have not lost land, or rather, you've not lost money in that way, or investments in that particular way.
Actually,
you have got to sympathize with these guys.
I have dealt in land for a very long time, so this is something I actually understand.
Yeah.
Okay. It is greed. How on earth do you spend that amount of money without doing due diligence?
Again,
how?
Maybe I went to and this is maybe because I don't know all the cases, but I'm just saying, maybe. I went, did my due diligence, ara nikaketi na the local bar, drunkard, whatever. Miata haya kanambia hata pale ni kwangu. Na nikanunua hiyo shamba. Then someone else, I went to the lands ministry, and because of the corruption that we know of and have heard of, I was told, everything is clean, legit. And then at the end of the day, who is selling this land to you? Maybe it's someone, in Gavana, and anakwambia kitu iko sawa bana. So you buy.
No.
Then you find yourself in that.
But see, even the drunkard will tell you at some point this land belonged to government.
Yes.
This was government land. And if you're to have the historical search, you'll also get to realize at some point, so red flags are raised, and if you have a good lawyer, they would advise you, avoid this. Because if you have the kind of money to construct such,
Did you see those houses that people are constructing?
Yeah.
Palatial homes.
Exactly.
No, I mean, Paul.
Yeah.
You have the money to buy this land, to pay for this land. You have the money to put up a building, and you don't have the common sense to go and determine whether this land can actually be sold to you or not.
That's why I'm saying that all these dozens of people, they were wrong in their searches and they didn't know.
It's not a question of being wrong, Paul. Our love for shortcuts. Our love for cheap and best. You've heard that term.
Na tusisahau, by the city, before I forget, by the time you're constructing a building, you have got to take your plans to the local government, the county, and then they tell you, your plans have been approved.
Yeah.
See, they also approve the land upon which you're constructing on.
Yes.
They even come and collect tax.
Yes.
On the construction process.
Yes. Yes.
Sasa hapo hivyo, the moment munakuja kunibomolea nyumba, okay, fine. I bought land in a place where I wasn't supposed to. As we are discussing, whoever sold it to me, compensate me, then take away my property.
No, sue the people along that particular chain of activities and the people responsible for it. But it tells you those who had taken possession of that land and were disposing of it were careful enough to corrupt that entire system.
And I hear politicians were heavily involved in this. Even local politicians, like nasikia kuna watu walikuwa wanaintroduciwa to the salesperson by the MP or the MCA. But you see, like, you get what I'm trying to say. Like,
you know how large that tract of land was? You know how huge that tract of land was?
I can't remember the specifics, but yes.
You see the point I'm getting at here? When we accept corruption as a way of life, and it is backed up by a feeling of impunity where you think nothing will happen. Now, when it happens, not long after that, there was a case of a certain family called Kirima.
Yes.
Who also owned 1,000 acres.
Yes.
Somewhere in the day. And same issue. People, but they didn't let the issue prolong. They came into a discussion with the people who they understood. They said, this one, what you doing now? Even the Portland ones, people got to sit and talk. There was intervention. People got to talk and discuss. The position I'm taking is because when you like things on the cheap, when you like shortcuts, buyer beware. You have positioned yourself to be conned. It's not really complicated. Haven't you heard of people who buy gold? You don't even know what gold looks like. But someone wants to sell you gold, and the reason why you're buying because you are seeing yourself getting rich. Or somebody wants to multiply your money, and you don't ask, but why doesn't he just multiply his own money? I mean, why does he need my money to multiply it? The awareness that you want a shortcut and you are a magical thinker and you think that things happen. Wealth is created in the most difficult way possible. So there's nothing simple about it. Okay? But you think it happens to you overnight. Anything that happens to you, you brought it upon yourself. That is my position.
Okay.
It sounds harsh, doesn't it? It actually isn't, because who made the decision? And so-and-so told me this land was being sold. And so you went and bought it. I myself have been involved in buying land from a reputable organization. The buyer was real, but the people who were in this circle
were fake.
No, they were real. They just want to give him the owner money. So if you pay a deposit and the agreement is such that in 90 days you must pay the balance and you don't, you know, your money is gone. It's not really complicated. Is here so my money went. Okay?
Pole sana city.
Now, I was silly enough not to give 10%, I gave 30%. It went. Okay? So what am I trying to tell you? When you want to make an investment, please take the time and bother to go into every possible detail. If you're not certain, just leave it.
You know, it makes buying land in this country very difficult.
It is tricky.
It is. You have to...
Because now you don't know.
You have to be alert.
If your own MCA, your own MP, your own senator or whatever can get you into that situation, then it's
Those
tricky.
are not the people to trust.
But now you see, that's the thing. That's the thing. This, you probably voted for this guy. Like, you literally alikuja akakuzia sera and you voted for him. Then kidogo like this, they do what they have done to you.
From voting to him, from him being an advisor on what I should buy, how do you take that leap?
I don't know. All I know is that these guys were, they were even caught on camera selling, like telling their villagers.
Next, you're going to tell me that he has a niece whom he has advised you to marry, and you're going to marry the girl because you voted for him. Nini? I mean, what sort of logic is that?
Winslet Nzula says, and the houses were approved by the county. Imagine that. Shouldn't
sue the county.
But then if I sue the county, assuming I'm one of the victims, if I sue the county, what happens? We go to court and we stay there for 40 years. Judges die and then...
But even if you're to sue the county, government would not be in a position to compensate you, because there's now a clear directive. You have to, look at the historical search. And even without the historical search, if you cared to learn, this was government land. Along the way, hands changed. It's grabbed land, found itself in private hands. So you cannot go to government, you cannot go to court and invite it to give you an award of damages against government, because what you did in the first place was an illegality. Yeah.
So you
can only.
So I'm cooked either way.
You can only have a case against the people that sold that property to you. Those are the people you seek damages from.
Basically, I'm cooked.
Yes. Yes.
Aye. Sawa. Going forward, now we know some of the things that we need to do. Confirm that you're not building land next to an airport, because that can be another issue. Because we also saw, remember that time there was there was an issue with people had constructed their houses on airport land.
Yes.
Then suddenly tu siku moja nyumba zao zikaanza kuja kubomolewa. Someone is thinking, but I'm like 5 kilometers away from the airport. What the hell?
Due diligence, brother.
Yeah. So someone is asking, you've been conned, where do you start? This is now you've been conned by, you bought land, then you realize umenunua hewa. How do you go about it?
First, you report to the police. Second, you file a case against the persons that sold the land to you, the hewa to you.
Yeah, but maybe
to recover the sums that you had paid. Yes.
Maybe I met these guys on WhatsApp. They even took me for a site visit. We went there. Wakaniambia sasa hii imetoka hapa, imefika hapa, beacon ndio hizi hapa. And I'm like, then they're like, okay, so kuja office. They even have an office.
Yes.
An office. Maybe they have rented it for a day to
the
call
gold
me.
People.
I get there, I'm seeing an office. They even have a secretary. I come there with a briefcase or a check or whatever it is. I give them. I tell them, okay, here's my 50%. Hiyo ingine ndio wapatia next week. So how do I deal with that?
First would be report to the police. They could help you identify them, and once you've identified them, you can file a civil suit against them. That would be able to, help you with recovery proceedings, execution proceedings, once you have judgment. But if you do not have a face, it would be very difficult.
Yeah.
Because you cannot take the original owner of the property, because he or she was not part and parcel of what was happening. Yes.
And there are very many ways of being cooked in this country.
Many.
All right, Daktari Ronald Ngudi, thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
This is all the time we had
to
talk about these land disputes.
Thank you.
But perhaps the next conversation we shall have, umesema you guys are now expanding your profile as far as your cases are concerned.
Yes.
We are hoping to engage as far as that is
concerned.
concerned.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
This is where we come to a close, guys. But coming up next, we are having a conversation around reforming our education, the co-creation with your child. Do stand by for that and much more. Right now, though, here's the news.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya Diaspora Affairs expert Dunstan Mukile says the proposed National Infrastructure Fund could change Kenya's development if it's run well. Speaking on Friday on Radio Generation, Mukile compared the plan to similar funds in countries like Singapore and India. He says politics should be kept out of investment decisions and that money from Kenyans living abroad and the private sector could help. Mukile also said Kenya should have set up such a fund decades ago.
I'm happy that the president is, I'm hoping he gets the right to, by the right to, what do I mean? What the Prime Minister Lee did was to make sure that this fund or this vehicle was void of politics. Because politics has killed our country. Politics, everything we do, the politician takes over. We have over almost 300 parastatals who are in the boards. They are politicians, right? So really, do you think these politicians will even come up with a wonderful idea to change any parastatal? It's just making ways of how they can make money and go back to look for votes. That's why you realize that a governor was a board of this parastatal, comes out to be the governor where he get money from.
Environment Cabinet Secretary Deborah Baraza has warned against removing the protected status of Mukogodo Forest Reserve. She says doing so will threaten the forest and hurt conservation efforts. Speaking to Parliament on Thursday, Baraza explained that the forest is important for water, wildlife and fighting climate change. The government is planning to spend millions of shillings to pursue billions lost through defaulted Hustler Fund loans. The State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development is asking Parliament to approve 300 million Kenya shillings of taxpayers' money to help recover debts from Kenyans who have failed to repay the loans, which now total about 12.5 billion Kenya shillings. According to the ministry, the money will be used mainly for public awareness and sensitization campaigns aimed at encouraging defaulters to clear their outstanding loans.
I see on page 14 you have a curious request. 300 million to boost recovery efforts to enhance sensitization and awareness.
We don't take legal action, we don't arrest them, but we reach out in a humane way and we sell the benefits of the fund. For borrowers who remain unresponsive, the fund will commence a phased enforcement process, which includes forwarding accounts to dedicated debt collections or debt collectancies as final recourse.
Police have launched investigation into the murder of a retired teacher in Nguna village, Gatundu North. The victim, identified as Francis Kagodho, was reportedly found dead inside his house on Wednesday night, March 11th, 2026. According to initial reports, unknown assailants are believed to have tied him with ropes before killing him. The incident has left residents of Nguna village shocked.
Na akafungwa miguu na kamba. Tulisikia huyo bibi yake hayuko karibu, alitoka huku kabla siku ini hivi, akaenda kumpumzika kwa ndugu yake juu alikuwa mgonjwa, lakini sio kutoroka ati alikuwa amekusana na bwana yake, walikuwa wanasikizana juu hata huyo mzee alikuwa anauza ng'ombe juu atengeneze huyo mke wake atibiwe.
Ina hofiwa ya kuwa ameweza kutolewa uhai wake na wafanyikazi wake.
The United Nations says that some US leaders, including President Donald Trump, have used racist language that could lead to human rights abuses. A UN panel called PERD says the US must follow international law and review its human rights policies. The report warns that when politicians describe migrants, refugees and asylum seekers as criminals or a burden, it can encourage racism and hate crimes. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. It is the last hour, but it promises to be perhaps one of the best hours, considering today is Friday. Like I said earlier on, kuna watu natasalimia hapa hivi because we didn't have a chance to do that in the morning. John Mutua, how are you doing? Paul Ochieng, hello. Hesbon Sidon, polite tall guy. Edwin as well. Kuna my Tech 2.0, Loite. Loite. Thank you so much. And then we have Nobat O'War. We have Evans Nyangano. Alafu kuna Cephas Njoroge, Winslet Nzula, na hapo ndipo nitawachia kwa sababu nimeona nitauma ulimi wangu nikiendelea kutaja majina hayo. Lakini guys, thank you so much. I might not get the chance to read your comments, but we do appreciate the fact that you're engaging with us. We are hosting Doris Kwambo. She is the principal, Little Paddy Academy. She's an educator, she's a mentor, and she's a coach as well. Doris, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, City. Good morning, Buvi. Good morning, fellow educators, school leaders, Kenyans here and in the diaspora.
Right.
I am happy and pleased to be here.
Karibu sana. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about Little Paddy Academy.
Excellent.
Yes.
A very new school. Opened its doors officially this year, January 2026.
Right.
So it is an early learning center, early learning that is for children ages 2 to 6 right now, but also has daycare and a playgroup situated on Othaya Road, right next to Gertrude's Children's Hospital.
Right.
And admissions are open.
This is Muthaiga, right?
Kileleshwa, right here, Kileleshwa.
Okay. All right.
So next to the Children's Hospital in Kileleshwa.
In Kileleshwa.
Yes.
All right. So.
I'd like you to help us understand. What's daycare?
Okay.
All those things you mentioned.
Brilliant.
What are they?
Okay, so when you think of school, you think of the early years in school, what we'd call PP1 and PP2.
Yes.
We follow the British curriculum. So it's KG1, KG2, KG3 for ages 3 to 5. However, should you need a facility where you can have supervised excellent care for your child, we take children from age 1 simply because we need the child to have stopped breastfeeding. So that's daycare. We have excellent supervision for them. And then a play group. So that is ages 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So again, we call it play because they're learning, the activities are all centered on play. Recently, I took a parent round. We have beautiful outdoor spaces, and lots of the activities, when the weather is fine, happens outside. So you have the physical classroom where they'll come in and sit once in a while and do activities.
Yeah.
So I hope I've made that clear.
Yes, you have.
Yeah.
I now understand daycare and also understand play group.
Yes, and daycare is not because the nanny has run away. This is intentional. You want your child to have certain experiences outside home. Okay.
From the age of 1.
From the age of 1, we know that we have busy parents.
Yeah.
We know that nobody in this country said, one day I'll grow up and be a nanny, right? So you want your child supervised in an environment where you're happy, you're safe, and that's fine. There are people who do have excellent nannies, that is given. However, as families are also getting smaller and smaller, their parents want their children to have a broader experience outside home. And the one request parents are making right now is no screen time.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you balance technology and children's screen? You've seen little kids in church. They're in church, but they've got their tablets.
Actually,
they're
yes.
shopping, they've got their tablets, and they swipe everything. Okay? So that is another discussion altogether.
So this is now like from age 1 playgroup, right?
That would be daycare.
Daycare.
Yes.
All right.
Daycare.
So what do they do in daycare? They're just, fed. Their diapers changed. Yeah.
Yes, the activities. They have toys. We have, as I said, beautiful outdoor spaces. So they'll go play outside. The opportunity to tell me we have the garden. We have a shamba. So they once in a while they will do shamba work.
Yeah.
But they go check on the shamba. We have rabbits. They will look at the rabbits.
Oh.
And again, spaces where they'll just run around on real grass.
Okay.
Right? Not carpeted grass.
Yes.
Run around, play with the toys, with their little bikes, their little cars, and spend the day. And with little kids, we have like 4 or 5 activities. They carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
So, if I understand, do I understand to be saying that you are actually seeking to meet a need that existed?
Yes, it's true. Yes, and we also offer excellence as we meet that need.
Taking care of these little people is not an easy task.
Right.
I've had to.
And you have been one.
And then there's that. But I'm talking about now my experience in taking care of them. Bwana hata kamoja ni shida. How do you take care of all these people making noise? One is crying for God knows why. The other one is shouting at another. The other one is grabbing the other one's shirt. And I mean, it must be hectic. Dealing with one is a problem. Here, you're probably dealing with multiple.
Right.
Yeah.
First of all, let's appreciate the child. The child is a gift.
Yes.
Your gift. Yes, the child may have moods and all of that, but that is the child exploring and learning the world. So there are those situations. How about the times when the child is actually happy and playing? Do we talk about that? We parents talk about terrible twos.
Yeah.
Let's talk about terrific twos. The children are exploring. So one, we are very intentional about our staff. They're handpicked. You have to have that interest. People are looking for jobs, that's true. But when you're working with children, as you've rightly pointed out, as specifically if it is not your child, you have to be committed to excellence, a professional and integrity. You don't have to do those police background checks, okay? Because that's paperwork that's valid for the day. That particular day.
Right.
There's no record on you. But it is your attitude towards life. Are you happy? And I'm very proud to say that the team we have at Little Paddy, they're amazing in that they know the children so well. No task is too yucky for them to do, right? And because children, I think, are very pure in that way, they can gauge that positive energy from the caregivers, the teachers, and they know that everybody in the compound is their friend. Yeah.
All right. Now, in terms of our education system, it has really morphed over the years, over the decades, actually. I went through the 844 system. What do you think is different in the current one versus the old one?
Can we agree right here, radio generation?
Yes.
When you talk about the curriculum in Kenya, let's call it the national curriculum of Kenya. Let's move away from these names that are associated with politics. So the difference is the reforms. Now, reforming education, the curriculum is not a problem, and it is a political duty and responsibility, because you want to prepare a nation to carry the country so that we are globally respected in all dimensions. So when you talk about the current curriculum, you then understand there are two. There is what is called the Kenya National Curriculum 844, phasing out. I believe the last class cohort is Form 4.
Yes.
And then you have the incoming one that's called CBC. Already for educators, that's confusing. All right? But the National Curriculum of Kenya reviewed, I would prefer they call it reviewed like now 2017. That's CBC for these children who are now in grade 10.
Right.
So the difference is we are being advised by the government to focus on the child. Now, there are reasons why education became exam oriented. So now when you realize that exams have become exam oriented, you now come back, review, what can you do better? You can always do better. So making it a deliberate focus on the child-centered learning, which is brilliant. But have we solved the problem of why our assessments are, the way forward is exam oriented? Have we? Have we built more schools? The population is growing. That's not rocket science.
Yes.
Okay? The higher institution, the public ones, are they growing? What are the facilities? So you have to take a hard look in the mirror as Kenyans. We have to have, from the core, see what have we done to improve this infrastructure. Okay? The difference is now the curriculum tells you child-centered. They must do projects. Okay? So brilliant as you do the projects. Do we ask the why? Why are you doing projects? Why are you cooking a chicken in school, for instance? Do we ask the why? So as we are a young nation, our systems are still young, we're strengthening them. But we can also borrow a leaf from those who've gone ahead of us.
Right.
Yes, we can look to the global north and borrow what works and what works within our own setup.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think parents understand this concept you've just explained in terms of us understanding all those aspects? Have they accepted the fact that change has got to happen, whether we are calling it CBC, CBE, or any other name? Do you think parents actually understand?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's begin. Before parents, we're humans. So does the nation understand, first of all? Because this is a national problem. So the focus should not just be on parents.
All right.
Had somebody asked me when we were rolling out this new version of the curriculum, cohort, the children who are now in grade 10, when they were in grade 1, when they were in kindergarten, the campaign would have been, are you 4 years old? If you're 4 years old, next year when you open school, you're going to be in this class, etc. So you rope them in as well and rope in the parents. You've heard of the polio campaign. You know, when they want children to be vaccinated again, they will go on. So the, what do I want to say? The public awareness, educating the public, it's got to be there.
Public participation as well.
Participation, it's true. And in this age of technology where knowledge is, at your fingertip, have we gotten views from parents, from communities, really? Just the whole sector. And when I say that, what comes into my mind right now is Estonia. I would love to go to Estonia.
Okay, why?
Okay, because one, I was able to engage with Madame Kadri, Honorable Councillor of Estonia, an amazing lady.
We've hosted her here.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So you agree with me. She's an amazing lady.
She is.
She's lived in Kenya long enough and has vested interest in education. And in November 2024, I was invited in the project, the digitalization of the curriculum.
Yes.
Yeah? So that was also excellent. But now that's because of that, able to understand that this very young nation, Estonia, also is reviewing its curriculum. Now this I found out January last year. They had a team that had come in to meet school leaders, and I had a personal invite from Madame Kadri.
So you went to Estonia?
No, I didn't go. I would love to go.
They were meeting them here?
Yes, a team came in.
All right.
Right, I would love to go, I repeat.
All right. I'm sure she's heard you.
Everyone has heard me, right?
Okay, continue.
So now, they gave us an overview of the educational system, which is brilliant, use of technology, brilliant, play-based learning. And for instance, with the county system, the public schools offer excellent education, and the difference would be how a certain administrative region has invested in their schooling. So I think 90% of the population go to public schools. But what I did ask was how would they deal with curriculum reforms?
Yes.
So they were beginning their curriculum reform last year, 2025. But the groundwork to that was from 2020.
Yes.
Okay. So 2020 to roll out in 2025, up to 2035. So do you see just the time and energy that was given to that?
Yes.
If you ask us here in Kenya, when did we hear about the reform that is called CBC? I believe it was 2016, 2017.
Thereabout, yeah.
Exactly. So there's probably high-level discussions, interested partners, national, international, and then boom, it is rolled out.
Yeah.
We are resistant to change. Okay.
Are we? Okay. We are actually. Yes, I agree with you. But just if I go back a few sentences back to Estonia, they have a population of about 1.3, 1.4 million.
Yes, they are small.
It is easy for them to, and I'm saying this from a layman's perspective. It is easy for them to make changes for a population of 1.4 million, as opposed to Kenya, a population of about 60 million, where it would take a lot of time and convincing and different voices. Let's not forget we're also different cultures, different nations within this country. So by the time you're convincing these people to accept this and to conform to this, maybe you're going to have a little bit of friction, because I'm looking at it even from a family setup. It is easy for a family of 5 to agree on a certain direction, as opposed to a family of 160 people to agree on the same issue. Don't you think so?
I've heard what you've said, and there is truth in what you've said, but there are also different angles at how you look at it. I would want to say that could we borrow from the example that I've given Estonia, the time that it took, Okay, so 5 years for a small population. So then how much more time for a bigger population? And how would you phase it out as well? And I think that if there was earlier discussion, so it's not boom, think of Huduma number, the energy that went into advertising that. I registered really out of guilt because there was a day I had time.
Both. Yeah.
Okay? And I thought, I have no excuse now, I have time. I queued for 2 hours. And that's it. But every time I saw those tents, I knew I have a duty. Okay? Voter registration, the energy that goes into advertising, promoting voter registration. They tell you what to do. Education is equally important. Where will the voters come from? They have to go to school first and then grow up and get to voting age. So could we have invested much more energy, time, creativity?
Okay.
Could we?
If we had done that, what do you think would have been different? Because there are some issues we are currently facing and they have got nothing to do with public participation. Okay, maybe they do, but they have got nothing to do with whether we were educated on this system or not. For example, grade 10 placements, what we are currently experiencing. You understand what I mean? There are some things, no matter whether we were, were given placards and posters were put and billboards were set up on every road in Kenya, would still be facing some issues. Now,
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay.
Why do you have an education system in a country to begin with? What is it you're trying to achieve with an education system?
To educate people, increase literacy levels. And
no, there's a larger picture. Those who are in charge, those who are in what you call political leadership, seek to drive the country in a certain direction. All these things they talk about, whether they mention some other foreign Asian country or they mention some other place that's supposed to be a destination, there's something they're trying to achieve. There's certain development, economic.
You mean Singapore?
A certain Asian country, which is essentially an island, yes.
Carry on, City.
How do you connect these lofty ideas that politicians speak of all the time with the education system? There's one we inherited and we continue with it for a while. Nobody's saying you shouldn't change it because things change. But what is it that you intended to achieve with it first? So when you change it, we understand that it's meeting that larger goal that you have. Okay? What is it that the CBC will provide that the 844 didn't provide in achieving these goals? And then these goals, what are they?
Yeah.
What is this thing you want the country to be? And in so wanting them to be, what do you want the citizenry, especially the younger citizenry who are in school, what do you want them to be? What is it that you envision for them? Because this discussion is not had. You're just told this is education system, and then you're told this is what you're going to do with it. And that's just about it. Okay?
Full stop.
Yes. And then you're supposed to figure out what it is supposed to achieve.
Yeah.
And then the task is left on the parents struggling to figure out what on earth do we do with this one now?
What do parents do?
Yes. So to go back to your question when you said, and those are excellent points, CT. Okay. So, and I will borrow them sometime, if
Feel
I may.
Free. Yeah.
Okay.
They're actually not my points. I'm regurgitating something I read.
Okay.
Over time. Yeah, I did read and I did give it time because all these countries we speak of.
Yes.
You mean Canaan?
Well, via Canaan on our way to that island nation that you spoke of. Yes. All these people.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay. Have an education system.
Yeah.
Up to university and beyond that is supposed to meet the needs that country has. For instance, when a country tells you that they have compulsory military service, it's for a purpose. If they have compulsory social activities, it's for a reason. They are building a certain citizen.
Yeah.
So this citizen of Kenya that we're building, again, so please.
Yes. So if we start with grade 10 placement, it still goes back to when you are in grade 1.
Yes.
After 2 years, when you're in grade 3, you'll do a national assessment. It's not a monster, but all the grade 3 children will do that assessment, class-based or school-based. And then that is when they start collecting the results. But when you tell parents it's a national assessment, they think it's an exam.
Yeah.
Then the exam at grade 3, what the, right? But I have been through that, and it's easy. I mean, very child-friendly, but it now comes down to integrity, because it is the teachers or the school that will post the results on the portal.
Okay.
So integrity, and it's project-based. I was in a school where we understood that parents can be busy, so you're not going to penalize the child. If parents are unable to support their children at home, as a school, we were committed to do that. That's something I drove, and very proud of it, because at the end of the day, it's the child's work. It's posted. Then you go to grade 4, 5, and 6, and then you have more subjects, okay? So that you have this pathway designed for you as you see. It is not that in grade 2, oops, now there's but the public knows you have this thing, okay? And then after that, you have the grade 6 assessment, which is sad, because it marks the end of primary school. But should primary school end at grade 6?
Okay.
That is what we need to ask. And it hit me 2 years ago when where I was, we had the first cohort. And then in my head, I was thinking CPE, you know?
Yes.
I was with them, but in my head, until I actually saw them when they're doing their assessments. Child-friendly, fine. But they're children. They're 12 years old. There's a difference in how a child who's 12 and a child who's 14 handles.
Yeah.
And then you have to go to grade 7. Now, parents want a one-stop shop. That if I take my child to PP1 or if I go to KG1, then I know exactly where I'm going. If this particular school stops at KG3, for instance, like Little Paddy, that is fine. We will see where the next steps are. But if you've started, because the whole plan is PP1 up to grade 6, parents are expecting, especially the parents who are doing the National Curriculum of Kenya or who have taken their children to schools that do the National Curriculum of Kenya, want a one-stop shop up to the end, maybe up to grade 7. Okay?
Yeah.
Junior high, where junior high ends. So just changing those terms, because then we still come back to grade 7 is actually too young for high school. So then at one point there was a standalone concept. You can have grade 7, 8, and 9 middle school. Where those where that physical buildings coming from?
Okay.
So those are the things that really should have been really explained and say, this is a challenge. Private sector, can you come in? And that is what has happened. Private sector has come in. Our government has made it possible for schools like Little Paddy to exist because we offer a different curriculum. And there are several others from America, from whichever. I don't know if there's a school that is from Singapore. Yeah.
Maybe if you search, you might find it.
The system they began with was the same system that we had at independence.
Yes.
Because at some point, all these are countries that had been under British rule. So the system of education they had
was more or less the same.
Well, it was more or less what had been practiced in the colonizers' country.
Yeah, and immediately here, it was in East Africa. Now, Kenya's standing alone.
Yeah.
Uganda's standing alone. Okay, so so our government has allowed schools to have different curricula.
Yeah.
Why? There's a need. So if you understand that there's a need, you understand that there are other needs as well in informing the public. Getting private sector in to say, this is what I can do. You know, I have 10 shillings, but my project needs 55. How can you help? And then how can you subsidize the private sector that is playing a crucial role? The reality is anything that is not seen as a public school, offering the National Curriculum of Kenya, becomes private. Now you can have Doris Academy in Bunyore, where I come from. You know, little room on the Shamba.
Yes.
That's considered private. You can have a self-help group in the low income area. That's considered private. You can have a high-end radio generation international school that is all put in that umbrella that is private.
Yes.
And they have different needs. But the one thing all these schools are doing is offering a service. They are complementing what the government owes the citizens, what the government owes the children, the right to education. And if you've allowed Radio Generation International School to exist, which is good. They're helping you. How do you then support Radio Generation?
Yes.
Okay? Don't treat Radio Generation International School like you would Radio Generation factory or bank or something else.
Right.
So those are questions that I hope are being discussed at that high level of power, where the involvement of multi-sector, national and international agencies are involved. But they must be addressed.
I mean, I know for a fact that a conversation is happening, and perhaps that includes what you've just highlighted. The question is, do we get to a point whereby we actually implement what we have discussed? Because we have brilliant minds, both in government and in private sector. Now, the problem is actualizing what has been discussed. But you know what? We will leave it to them. Or you
Why?
want to?
Yeah.
Why should we leave it to them?
So what can I do about it?
You see, the point is this.
Yeah.
An education system influences that so-called child in more ways you can imagine.
Okay.
One, many children will consider their time in school as some of the happiest moments of their lives. Why do they consider this? What is it about the school that makes them consider this?
Friends.
This also prepares them for the life ahead. Right now in this country, the complaint that the youth have is opportunity. And why is opportunity a problem? Because our education system trained them to be employed, not to be innovators.
Yeah.
The education system in Estonia trains people to be entrepreneurs.
Yes.
There's a fundamental difference. So, when you leave things to those who are supposed to make decisions, this way we end up. We have a situation that we need not have been in, but we are in it. Okay? Now, as for bringing in the private sector, that there should be freedom for people to start schools, that is understandable. The schooling that we understand with this Western education was brought by missionaries. The governments that came at independence and so forth took over the schools, but they also didn't take over just the missionary schools. There were independent schools that were created, say in central Kenya. They also became government schools over time. But if you're talking about the curriculum that they followed, would you say that curriculum was actually meeting the needs that this new country called Kenya had, or was it meeting the needs that the colonizer had set for this particular nation?
Colonizer.
What we yes, exactly that. So when you look at any system that we've had and the decisions that have been made, we do have professionals and we do have very intelligent people who understand these things. Kenya curriculum, the Institute of Curriculum Development. Yes. Oh, there are some really brilliant people there. Absolutely. But their brilliance doesn't matter because politics always wins the day.
Yeah.
We had a minister for education who told us we were not ready to implement the system we now have. Amina Mohammed. She was transferred.
Yeah.
Could I say something?
You can.
Because I was teaching somewhere at that point. It was a British curriculum school as well. And a family came in running away from the Kenyan national curriculum. And I asked why. They said, we have a CS who says one thing today, and then the president apologizes. Says one thing the next day, and then the president apologizes. So they thought, well, let them sort themselves out, so let us go. And then this is why then you have these institutions which now have 200 years plus education behind them. So why are you following the British curriculum? Well, it's globally recognized.
Yes.
Okay, globally. CBC is going there with the hiccups. Like I've said, project work is brilliant. But when children don't understand why they're doing the project, and when communication is poor, you want to maybe help the children learn about protein, eggs. This was an assessment question. So the children have to make eggs in school. Help me not laugh. Okay.
Okay.
Why? Is it because eggs are a source of protein? All right? And if it is a source of protein, what are other sources of protein? In this day and age, we know now people have allergies. We know that there are religions that will not consume eggs. Do you take that into consideration? For children, if they're going to cook, then the facilities must be child-friendly and safe, which is not true because all of a sudden Doris Academy in Bunyore suddenly has to have a kitchen, so we'll use a room, bring a jiko or something that is not safe. Okay?
It wasn't designed to be a kitchen.
Exactly, right? So at that age, innovation, what recipes can you have around eggs? What recipes can you have around eggless things like cake.
Right.
You bring in your maths. What are the quantity? Financial literacy. I need these ingredients. Where will I get them? Can I grow them? So that's a whole project. But no, the project is cook eggs. Bring your eggs.
Yeah.
All right? If 40 children all bring 6 eggs, and each child is supposed to cook 2.
Yeah, so 240 eggs.
Somebody's kiosk. Okay? And you bring your mafuta, and you bring your little chef hat,
Yes.
and jacket, and everything. So we over-dramatize our problems as well. You
So
see?
in a case like that, what should happen?
What we did where I was, we had a small class. He said, we can handle this cost. We'll tell the parents, this is what we're going to do. We ask your child to come with a food container. We provided everything. So we had 2 versions of eggs. You had your omelette and you had your scrambled eggs. And then how else can you cook an egg? You can boil it.
Yes.
All right? And then buy bread, make your sandwich and eat. Okay? But that took thinking, but it is not rocket science.
Okay.
Okay? And then the children were very excited, which is brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't have to be everybody frying an egg because
What
it
excited
says
the children exactly?
the whole process. Okay, that was a new activity.
A new experience.
A new experience, and then you're doing it with your peers. You'd see, you're doing it with your peers, and just that difference, that hands-on experience, which
Yeah.
goes back to co-creation with the child in mind.
Okay.
Right, because you could do all these things, and then you have taught them without them knowing, we have to fry eggs for our assessment. He said, this is the project we're doing, and that's fine. You incorporate the maths, the literacy. Again, you're promoting local languages in Kenya. How would you say it in Kiswahili? How would you say it in Giriama? How would you say it, etc.? Right. Tell us, how does your grandmother cook eggs? Yeah?
You know what
so
is
that's
strange?
the whole thing.
The 844 system also had co-creation.
Yes.
At the very beginning, if you look at what it was, full disclosure, I am a teacher. I taught secondary school.
Star of the Sea.
Oh, so you do know my background.
Star of the Sea.
I was even a headmaster for 6 years.
Okay.
And when the 844 system began, I was a teacher. Okay? Now, I don't know why it is we did not fulfill the full mandate of the 844 system. We didn't. Some along the line we diverted off. But on paper, it was a brilliant system. It was a system you could build on and meet the needs of the times that you're in, but just build on. You didn't need to remove it and bring something completely new. You actually did not need to. Not really.
Yeah.
But that's where now the political decisions come in. The African politician who purports to be a leader's need to show that they are the ones who are bringing something new and better.
Yeah.
This need they have, okay? And in the process, they bungle up something which was fairly good, fairly good. And then you have what we have now. You have a new system. You can't even determine where the children are going to go at which stage. So the education they should have, they don't get.
Yeah.
And so you're asking, so when are they going to make up for this period of learning that they should have had?
Yeah.
The co-creation was also in the 844. We just didn't call it co-creation.
What did you call it?
Oh, let me call it parent involvement, because a lot of the work, when I started teaching, you taught and you more or less did everything. And you introduce a subject, you teach it. There's a period in which you actually present the concept. You get the students to do it. It is marked in class so that they have an understanding. They exchange books and mark. Then you move on to the next principle, which is perhaps requires a little more thinking. And then you may give them a little homework. Okay? The parents are not involved. Okay? The teacher was there as they said in Latin, in loco parentis. You are not just teaching, you are there instead of the parent. Okay? But the involvement of the parent, I never really fully understood it.
I remember my assignments would be signed by my parents at the end of every day. So once I complete my assignment, I hand it over to mom or dad, they check it, and then they sign that at the end, and then...
That was their involvement.
Yeah.
Yes, but would they also correct it and tell you, erase this, the answer is wrong? And you cannot take a mistake to school.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah, the point I want to make is learning is discovery, and it's okay to make a mistake.
Yes.
So I've said to colleagues, this little 4-year-old, they're scribbling. Let them scribble. That is how they understand it. It does not have to be picture perfect, otherwise it's not the child's work.
Okay.
All right? Because learning is more than just the written evidence. So that's what we have. Parents who want to see neat, tidy work that looks the same. That is an art display, but it is even better when you see how children have interpreted the different concepts as well. Okay, so that involvement. And then when you want parents to support their child, we don't want parents to be the classroom teacher at home. At home, use your lived experience. How was your day? Okay, talk to your child. Elevate the communication. Build the vocabulary. Don't call little mommy, daddy, Toto. You keep them babyish. You don't want them to be immature.
Okay.
You want them to still be children, but you want them to express themselves.
So if the child is called Dennis, it's Dennis.
Dennis, you can have the pet name, which is fine.
All right.
But let it not be, they don't know their names.
Because here in Kenya, it's Mami, Daddy, Kamam, Kababa.
Okay, but what does that do? What's the child's identity? You'll be 12 years old, you're Kamama. You're 20 years old, you're Kamama.
Okay.
You're 99 years old.
You're still Kamama.
Yeah. So, you have to really think and be intentional about it. But the point is, the parental involvement is let it come from when, the child is there, you make sure you've provided the child with everything they need. And now as a parent, provide a stimulating environment. Don't put little CT, who's 2 years old, in front of the TV to watch certain programs. Those programs are designed to attract the child, but they're doing things to the child's brain. Okay? And now there's a concept called acquired autism, because the children are not being encouraged to speak. They just stand there and they want things to happen very quickly.
They're fed information.
They're fed information. They're not able to process it. And then you might think, this child might be a little bit slow. Could the child be on the spectrum? When really, we have not given the child the opportunity to engage.
Okay.
The children engage through play. Play really is a first language. So they play, they laugh, etc. And then you talk to them and you say, Mbuvi, I liked the way you were able to throw the ball at me. Or don't, when you're in the house, with the ball, we play with the ball outside. We don't play with the ball inside for a reason. And if the glass gets broken, okay, got broken, but the world shouldn't end. Home is supposed to be a safe place. Let them learn boundaries. So this discussion could go on and on and on.
Okay.
But the point I also want to make here, CT, when you talked about co-creation, it's actually wonderful to think about where we are now in the age of technology. Okay? How are we embedding technology in our curriculum? I know in Rwanda, it is part of the curriculum. Here, the robotics and the STEM got sidelined, so you have them as clubs, which is a paid activity from like 8,000 to 10, even 12, depending. Okay. In Rwanda, it's part of the curriculum. It is expensive, but it is an investment. Okay. So here now, how can we encourage other partners to join in this co-creation journey? I want to say that last year I was in cohort 1, Kutunga training. So this was designing safe digital spaces for children in the global south.
All right.
When I applied, they were looking for content developers and content creators and software developers. I'm not a software developer, but I reckon I teach. So I applied as a content creator, and it was an amazing experience. And
tell us about it.
Kutunga.
Tell us about why it was amazing.
It was because, one, I have taught for 99 million years. So when we went back and started lesson 1, well, first session was getting to know each other.
You wanted to be a teacher?
Yes, and I am an educator. Yes, no apologies.
No one can tell. I know, because I wanted to be a teacher, so I know. People who wanted to teach approach education very differently.
Excellent.
Yes.
All right, so join me at Little Paddy Academy CT.
What will I be teaching the children? How to become more?
Guess what? You would be so amazed. somebody will ask you about your hat. They will talk to you. I know we digressed a little bit.
Oh, we must. It's important to digress.
I was telling a little child, now we are kindergarten, and I told you officially open January 2026. So with our small community, have a sense of belonging. We are in Kenya, so we'll have the national anthem. Child asked me, what's that? I said, I've never had to answer that question. What's the national anthem? So God gave me the answer. It is the prayer and song. First I said prayer, but then we're singing it. So I said it's a song and prayer for Kenya. We listened to it, first verse in English. After 3 sessions, they're able to sing along. So what we do is we practice the national anthem every so often, and then on Fridays, we assemble and have the national anthem of Kenya.
Wow.
Okay? So that was that. And then, again, with identity, I'd asked a little girl, tell me, who are you? And she says, I'm a princess from Juba. And then she twirls. Okay.
Yeah.
Another little child said, tell me something. And then she said, my shosho has rice and chicken and ugali. Brilliant. That is something important to them, So again, what you would do then is discover yourself again through these children as well.
Doris has just told me I'm lost. and I need to discover myself
again. Okay. Now, to Kutunga. So this was designing a safe digital space for children in the global south. One, in this age of technology, it is not lost upon us that, children even of low-income areas have access to phones and technology. Unfortunately, a lot of it is around entertainment.
Yes.
Which is dubious. I worry when we have a school like Radio Generation International School and you're advertising using the latest challenge. Right? The parents may have signed consent for data protection.
Yeah.
But why would I go to Radio Generation International School when the children are doing the latest whatever it is? Yes, they're free and they're creative. I'd rather see that in a play or a talent show or something. But tell me, when you come to our school, something. Let's reflect your ethos. Let's reflect what you're about. Okay? It may be schools with children from different nationalities. So tell me something other than I come from China. Okay? I come from China. I've lived in Kenya 4 years. I know this in Kiswahili. My own experience when I was teaching at St. Austen's Academy, a little child brought lunch. And guess what? They had omena and noodles.
Wow.
And I thought, omena. So I asked the child, what do you call this? And the child said, omena. Yeah,
right.
But I wouldn't have, that's what I'm saying. Let's borrow from those experiences.
How do you engage parents to understand this co-creation?
This is it. This is why it is a blessing and a privilege to be a Little Paddy Academy, because we are working with our parents. Okay, so they trusted us as a new institution. But again, I asked one parent yesterday, I said, I'm coming to Radio Generation. Give me a point,
Yeah.
And he said, school should not hurt. And I said, what does that mean? This is talking about Baba Nyambura. He said, school should not hurt. My child should not wake up in the wee hours of the morning and be stuck in traffic.
And deal with the weather.
Yes. Okay, so that's fine. Another thing is, when my child comes to school, let them enjoy it. And he said that particular day, his daughter said that, I'm ready. You're the one. I'm ready. I'm ready to go to school.
You're the one keeping me. Yeah.
This is a 3-year-old.
Right.
All right. So that was fine. Again, when we ask parents, when there are new admissions or inquiries, I would ask, Buvi, what are you looking for? Some don't know. Said, my child just needs to go to school. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Yeah. I mean, like now that we have schools with different curriculums, some just don't understand the difference. They'll come to Mbuvi Academy because you've been there for 10 years.
Yes.
They'll go to City International School because you have the word international. Okay. And international does not mean you're doing. I'm trying to concentrate. International does not mean that you are doing the international curriculum, so-called. You use the word international, but then you find that the delivery is very, what I would like to say, because the school doesn't exist, is like Bunyore Primary School. Okay? This is our chair. My father said when he was learning English, they had a teacher who would tell them, this is a stone. A stone is a stone because when so-and-so became a teacher, a stone is a stone.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So you're told the fact, you're not explained to it. So that's because the need is great. But when you have the schools that are intentional about that, the history will speak for them. A national school that I can speak about, for instance, which I didn't go to, was Alliance, but it has maintained its tradition. Other things may have come in along the way, but it has maintained its tradition. Where I went to in high school, the Kenya High School, has maintained its tradition. When I was in Form 1, our headmistress, Mrs. Margaret Wanjohi, used to say, move with the bell. Girls, Kenya is on the move. You had to do things the Kenya High way. You had to do things because Kenya is on the move. And about 2 years ago, there was a get-together.
Yes.
It was church-based.
Girls, yeah.
No, it was church-based.
Oh, okay.
But what they actually said is, we were identifying ourselves to where we went to school.
All right.
So the national schools across the nation. But one lady said, we went to school when the government valued education. We were the lucky ones. Okay. Yeah. So to go back to parental engagement, it is then having that two-way communication with parents. And if a parent comes and you say, you know what, Doris, yesterday you looked at little CT, she didn't like the way you looked, he didn't like the way you looked at him, which is fine, I'll take it. Okay? And then try and understand. But the fact that the parent came to tell me that, fine. And then I also need to see, how does this little child see me? Okay?
Yes.
So that's fine. Because nobody is perfect, but are you offering a safe environment? Are you offering a happy environment? Is learning taking place? Okay, and then are you keeping the parents in the loop?
Yes.
And are you getting feedback from them as well? As we offer different curricula, they are also faith-based. So you find somebody who wants a school that is Montessori. It is play-based learning, okay? But if you don't have the word Montessori, it does not mean that you don't focus on play-based learning.
Okay.
All right? But it is, I have this thing, like some people will only shop at Naivas. Some people only shop at
Quickmart, Food Plus, or
yes,
whatever.
Exactly. But with education, you need to be more intentional as a parent. And if parents are able to share the values they have with us, it is brilliant. Our little ones, we're preparing them for the world, and that's why I'm saying it's a privilege and opportunity to be at Little Paddy Academy. When they sit and have their snack, we will pray. But now we are 8 weeks in, so we'll just ask a child, can you pray? And one little girl who is of the Islamic faith prayed in Arabic. So when they were collected, we said to the mother, you know, this is what happened. And they said, I like that.
Tick.
Yes. And so it's, you have to be so intentional in this. If there's a problem, a little boy was in the other day and by 9 o'clock noticed the eye was irritating.
Yes.
Well, you know, it was watery. We cleaned it and they immediately send a WhatsApp message, because when you call, sometimes it's an emergency, but it's not an emergency.
When it's on WhatsApp.
Yeah, and then you say, this is what we've noticed. This is what we've done. Please monitor. So the parent said, when did that happen? I didn't know. But because they're aware, then you know, you deal with it. Yeah, so those are one of the ways. And the most official one, I would want to say, is we're very deliberate on a weekly bulletin. If you'll allow me, I will share with you our weekly bulletins up to date.
All right.
Because we are still a small school, so our activities, you know, I'm using that as a platform to educate the parents on what the school is about. I do not want a parent where I am the school leader to say, I don't know what that school does.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't. Because you'll hear, I go to this school, I don't know. The school has asked, I don't know why.
Yeah.
And then they form their WhatsApp groups. And everybody's anger comes out there from taxes and everything.
Right.
It's pushed to the school.
Yeah.
You haven't paid for this trip and you're told it's only 2 shillings. You think I can't pay? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So keeping communication looped, parents informing the parents, and also picking up. The weekly newsletter this week has this. Again, I just brought this co-creation. So the theme was co-creation. And there's a section that says, did you know? So did you know that Miss D will be at Radio Generation today?
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I have a question, because what you've described right now, I mean, learning is fun when you're in those lower grades, when you're in a play group.
Not necessarily.
Aki mimi nimekumbuka. You see all these things she's saying. I actually remember coloring, painting, playing with my teachers and playing with my friends in school. That was actually fun. But then again, you get to the upper classes now, standard 4, 5, actually no, standard 1. All hell breaks loose. That's when you discover kuna kitu inaitwa cane. Mwalimu anakutandika all the way till, form 4.
That is co-creation.
Yes, it is. But it is terrorizing. How do we ensure that, and we have a minute to go. How do we ensure that learning remains fun all the way to the very top?
Right. Now, this is where each school has to stand on principle. You need to make sure, first of all, the school, are the teachers happy? Are the teachers respected? Do the teachers feel valued? Do the teachers have room to be creative? Okay? Do you have dialogue with the teachers? Don't just tell them, this is a long list of everything you've done wrong, and if you don't do this, I will throw you out. Okay? So one, that's managing your most important
Can I
staff.
add to it,
Yes.
if I may?
Yes.
The teachers you engage, are they people who understand that this is a career they have chosen willfully and that they are determined to ensure that they see to the dictates of this profession they have chosen?
I would want to say in part yes. However, people also change, because there's some who may teach for a while, and then reality is, I want to venture into Radio Generation because etc. As you moved out of the profession as well.
After 19 years.
After 19 years.
Yes.
Okay. So that's
19 years is enough time for you to figure out and say,
exactly.
Yes.
Which is brilliant. But I would say if you have chosen it as a profession, give it 5 years. If you're able to do 5 years, at least the first 2 years you're finding your footing. And then you've got it, and then you can iterate. So you said you had less than 1 minute.
We have 10 seconds. We can allow you.
Take a minute.
Yeah. Right. So the point I wanted to make about digitalization and co-creation was to tell you a little bit about Kutunga, because it was amazing, because you come in and I said, okay, I was right there with other content developers, with content developers and software, content creators and software developers, because now I am one. I've given myself the task to become a software developer.
Right.
Watch me. Okay?
Watching.
Yes. And so now to develop solutions for the global south, because what is available for children was never intentionally made for children, or if it was, not for educational purposes and for clean purposes. So it's safe, where the content addresses the needs of the child, where the content is age appropriate as well, and you're looking at a global perspective, because you have, I don't want to say the name of it, but it have these little cartoons, but they don't look like us. They don't have our lived reality.
Right.
You don't go to Shosho's house. You don't go to Kuhu's house. Okay. You don't have a sister in the USA who's watching you and listening to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Things like that. Okay. So that things have to be taken into consideration. So it made me, my one takeaway from that session was co-creation. And as a teacher, I am actually at the tail end of the content that's been created by these brilliant minds at KICD. Okay, even if I create a worksheet, the content is from there. So I thought, okay, so then how do we do this? So now that is room, and again, for private partnership. So if you did have people, I would actually want to say cohort 2 is actually taking applications now. It's going to be bigger, with people from South Africa, about 4 countries, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Kenya, of course. The biggest thing for me is our facilitators who are from all over the world. Okay. Very vested in what they do.
All right.
And that for me was amazing.
All right.
Yes.
Doris, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. And I'm about to be fired for this, but karibu tena sana.
You will not be fired? Why would you be fired?
I will not. What I'm trying to say is that tumepita na wakati mkubwa sana.
Okay.
But nonetheless, it has been an amazing conversation.
I've enjoyed being here.
Yes, and perhaps if people want to get in touch with you, how do they do that?
How do I say it?
Email,
LinkedIn?
WhatsApp,
yes.
anything. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Email, principallittlepaddyacademy.org, Kwambo Doris at Gmail, LinkedIn, Doris Kwambo, Twitter, Amimo Kwambo.
All right. Karibu tena sana. This is where we come to an end. Mazicity, ambia watu kwa heri.
Kwa heri.
Hey, leo ni Friday, tunaende Monday, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheruiyot has raised concerns over the worsening state of Wilson Airport in Nairobi City County. Speaking on the Senate floor, Cheruiyot said airport users should be worried about poor facilities and lack security at the hub. He called on the Senate to hold Transport CS Davis Chirchir accountable for the airport's condition when he appears before the House next week.
Even the security situation is not something to write home about. How many times do you find this Senator Osotsi? He just drives in his car, drives out with a bag, and heads direct into a plane. The security checks are so lackluster, Mr. Speaker. It's a security risk even to you as a honorable member. You may think that they are being unfair by insisting that they check your bags, but it's for your own good. And therefore, there are so many things that are wrong with that Wilson Airport, Mr. Speaker, that I hope that our Committee on Transport, when looking into this statement, will first provide a roadmap, but more importantly, because the Minister will be here, God willing, next week on Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, we must take him to task on the operations at Wilson Airport and what exact plans they have.
DCI detectives have today arrested 2 suspects linked to a stolen mobile phone syndicate in Runda. During a late-night intelligence-led operation, officers recovered dozens of stolen phones, laptops, and dismantled devices at a cosmetic shop. Investigators say the haul connects the suspects to a large network of thefts, showing the authorities are serious about cracking down on organized crime. High Court Advocate Ronald Ongudi has spoken about the problems in settling property disputes in Kenya. He says issues like inheritance, land use and ownership conflicts causes delays. Ongudi explains that disputes are often slowed by poor planning, missing documents, emotions, and people trying to frustrate the process.
The other challenge with that process is we have many people that feel entitled to inheritance.
Okay.
We may say the law is very clear, but it is not as clear to them. Because this person believes because I had an interaction with the deceased occasionally would send me 500 shillings, I'm entitled to that estate. Because I'm the son to the son of the son of so
or
and
the
so.
cousin.
Yes. I have an entitlement.
12 times removed.
Yes.
Even 50.
Yes. I have an entitlement to that estate. So that is what bogs down the process.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's more or less tied to, our understanding within the African culture.
Yeah.
That, you're the wife left behind. You have to take care of the entire family.